What's up, people? We got Olaf in the house, man. What's good? Hope y'all got something out of that Sinverse video. It just had to be done. Had to be done. Just had to get some eye drops in because we are about to start inking. Not this page, no, but one of the covers. Finally done sketching out all the pages for chapter 27. And it comes to a grand total of 28 pages. So that's a lot. Saito just woke up. Well, good morning, man. Looks like before you go to the kitchen and grab some coffee, you hopped on right here to get some of that caffeine. No Pierce today. Not today, man. I'm just feeling like going solo. I kind of want to be antisocial for a while. You know, I don't want any negative energy from me spilling onto somebody else that I respect. So I gotta be antisocial for now. I'll have Pierce back on next week. But this week I want to stay solo. Darken. What's up, man? Alright, let's get it on. The title of this video, of this live stream is Everyone is Running Away from Something. And I realized this later last week, that in the stillness of a quiet day, there's great dissatisfaction with, well, everything. Even though, let's say you're just the perfect individual, right? Superficially. You're like 7 feet tall, chiseled, you got money in the bank, all that stuff, right? But for whatever reason, it's not good enough, right? It's not good enough. So you start to feel like, I need to do something with myself right now. I did everything I had to do for the day, but still there's something missing. Now, Schopenhauer, the philosopher, described this phenomena as the human struggle that is like a pendulum that swings from boredom to pain, or pain to boredom. So even if you might have everything, right, that you could ever want, eventually you get bored and it causes you pain. This is what he was talking about. That unfortunately, human beings are doomed to forever either experience pain or boredom. They flee from pain and, well, enter a state of momentary peace. Am I saying that right? A moment of peace, right? A moment of satisfaction. You felt like you needed to get the pizza, You got the pizza, you ate it, and a couple of hours later, you get hungry again. So you start to experience hunger pain. Then you gotta eat again. Let's say you wanted the car, you got the car, and like after some time, 6 months go by, a whole year goes by, you no longer experience pleasure from that car, satisfaction from that car. Now you only experience pain because now you have to deal with the maintenance, you gotta wash it, all that stuff, right? And even if you might have somebody to wash the car for you, that does not mean that, you know, you have escaped the wheel of pain completely. Nope. Eventually, you're just gonna feel inadequate. Once again, you're gonna feel like something is missing. So I was like, okay, so this is the conundrum that all humans suffer with. You got Bill Gates, with all the money he's got, right? He feels the need to create all these vaccines and stuff to justify or to feel important with himself, why he's still alive and so on. And of course, we all know that the dude is like mutating people and so on, and other things that I can't say on YouTube, right? But ultimately, Bill Gates, with all of his money, wealth, and achievements, feels inadequate after some time. And he now has to pursue a new stimuli. A new stimuli because he is burdened by pain. Not even physical pain, but the pain of stagnation. That, man, I got 300 billion in the bank, but I feel pain, right? This is the great dilemma of being human. This is the great dilemma of being a human because we have conscious brains, right? If only it was easier to switch off your conscious mind. I mean, some people are somewhat capable of doing that, not by will, but it's because they've always been a zombie, always been unconscious, right? And those people are rather dangerous because they operate strictly at an emotional basis. They get easily offended. They will flag your channel. They will report you. They will want you dead because they operate at an emotional level, right? These are people who are never conscious. These are people who are cognitively impaired. And, well, they belong in jail, you know. So I was like, okay, so I too am experiencing this pain that all humans go through. And I'm trying to run away from it, right? I'm trying to run away from it because I've now reached this level or this position that I'm in of this consistent pain, I suppose, because I'm out of distractions. My distractions don't really help me anymore, right? I find it hard or close to impossible to allow myself to consume garbage, to consume negative news. All news is negative, honestly. All news is pretty much a psyop. The only news that I look at on my phone is legit the weather, bro. It's been raining like a mug here in my province, in my city. Bruh, it's been raining like crazy. And I always have to check as to like, okay, will there be a lightning storm today or not? Because I have to prepare accordingly. Each time there's a lightning storm, the power goes out. Like this whole weekend, there was lightning storm after lightning storm that wiped out like half the city's power supply, right? And it took the whole day for things to get back online. So, bruh, that's the only news I look at, because by looking at these news, the weather news, I can prepare accordingly. I gotta charge my phone. I gotta ask myself, okay, if there's gonna be a lightning storm, at what time? Because if it's early in the day, I can make plans to go do my work at a cafe or something. But if it's late at night, well, I'm going to be home and there's nothing I can do. Um, I'm most likely going to experience a power cut, so I better have all my stuff charged and stuff like that. So that is how those are the only news I look at. The weather, right? The weather, nothing else. Everything else is a psyop that only increases the pain. Sometimes it can give you the illusion of progress, but I think we all know better now that nah, all mainstream media is bought and paid for, and it's there to perpetuate fear, anger, and hopelessness, and maybe false hope here and there. So now that I'm out of distractions, I only experience pain. And the only escape for me from this pain now is by drawing, bro. And even though drawing in itself takes a lot of physical effort, right? How many mangaka have said that you need to be fit in order to draw manga? Now, of course, you don't have to be Olympic power lifter, but in general, you need to have the stamina for it, right? You got to make sure that you have a strong back. Work on your your trap muscle. At least for me, because I hunch over most of the time. I try not to when I'm on the desk. So you need some physical exercise to make sure that your muscles don't lock in place or get too tired, and next thing you know, you're all messed up, right? You're in severe pain. So it takes some, not even some, a lot of physical effort in preparing yourself to be at the desk for a couple of hours, right? So now I'm like, damn, there's no running from this anymore. There are no excuses anymore. And I said this last week that we say we want to draw, we want to finish our work, but usually it is the last thing we want to do. It's the last thing that we want to do. Honestly, even for me, if there was something better, I suppose I would be doing it. But the thing is, just because something can be easier to do, like watching a football match or playing a game or taking a nap, my problem is that taking a nap and watching the football game, it does not remove the pain. That's why I don't do those things. It doesn't help me. The only thing that helps me to run away from the pain of stagnation, is by drawing. Because I know after this pain, I'll have something that I can monetize, something that I can sell. And I remember talking to a friend of mine years ago about this. Like, we were always talking about it, that, yo, man, it's painful, bro. It's painful. Now, we could not fully diagnose this pain. We thought the pain came from our circumstance, that we're rotting in the jungle, and so there's constant pain. Well, actually, no. Because even Bill Gates experiences this pain. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, every human being experiences this pain. So we thought it was circumstantial, but no, it's just the human condition. We're all trying to run from it. So now that I know that, hey, I'm experiencing this pain not because I'm in the jungle, but because I am human. A human desires progress. And he has always desired progress in order to guarantee safety. But here we are now in 2025, it's about to be 2026, right? Where you could pretty much say that we have guaranteed safety to a detrimental degree. In this level of safety, now there is no adventure, right? There is no wonder. There is no mystery. There's nothing left to discover. And if that's the case, there is no more movement. There's no more progress. And without movement, just like still water, well, you become polluted inside. Water that is still, it's filled with messed up things up in there. You can't drink it. Humans are supposed to be like rivers, forever flowing, forever moving forward. But now, we can't move forward. We're not really flowing. Now you have to force yourself to flow. Remember how they talk about entering the flow state? Like for me, entering this state, am I in the flow state right now? Maybe not. I don't think so. I was in it earlier when I was drawing these pages here. But ultimately, right now I don't think I am fully. But the point is, entering the flow state now takes a lot of preparation. It's like jump-starting an engine, bro, right? Jump-starting a motor engine. You gotta rev it up all the time. It's not natural. Our river, our chi, doesn't flow naturally anymore. You gotta jump-start it. That isn't how it's supposed to be. And this is why there is so much stagnation. This is why there is so much, I don't want to say laziness, but I suppose laziness in general, right? People don't know what to do with themselves. They keep looking at the past. My grandfather this, things were like this a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Well, those days are gone and they're never coming back. And now you have to fight to jumpstart your chi flow. And some people don't know how to do that. And I honestly think that jumpstarting your chi flow isn't sustainable. It's not. Eventually you're just going to be clogged up, bro. Right? You're going to be clogged up. A river that constantly needs to be unclogged, something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong at the root. So in our case, we know what the problem is. It is the society we live in, but there's nothing we can do about it, right? We can't change anything about the society we're in right now. A lot of these retarded, brain-dead monsters that roam amongst us are those who don't know what to do with themselves, are those who have been in stagnation for a very long time. So they see you, they see me, they be like, how is it that this guy is still going? I mean, this guy's chi is always flowing. Why? It's not fair. He makes me feel bad. He makes me look bad. I hate him. I need to sabotage him. And then you get the Sinverse people coming in and so on, right? So I'm like, man, it's a damn shame that humans have entered this position that we find ourselves in right now. They constantly have to jumpstart their own engine, try to enter the flow state. So many people like burdened by their heavy duty jobs. Like you gotta do manual labor, you gotta deal with the crazy manager, or you have to deal with crazy customers, you name it. This puts a great disturbance in your chi flow. And is it by design? Honestly, that's what most people say, and it's something I would have said as well, but I don't think so. I think this was just happenstance, and the oligarchs were like, well, are we making more money? Oh, we are? Oh, well, it's fine, then it's good. Keep doing it, type thing, you know. They don't care about us. They are as indifferent to us as nature is indifferent to us as well. So, man, it makes you want to kind of like, yeah, it's not my fault, so I give up, I'm leaving it alone. But now I know why people can't leave it alone. Why it's not so easy for them, right? You naturally were attracted to come and try drawing and creating your own story and so on. And then you realize that, ah man, things kind of seem rigged and these forces are against me, bro. I work in a mine and, I'm always tired, blah, blah, blah. I can't do this. Well, it would be easy to quit if you wouldn't experience pain for being in stagnation, but you do. You do experience pain for being in stagnation. So that's why there's so many people who linger around in the indie space, because there are people who wanted to do what I'm doing, right? Who wanted to do what some of us are doing as a group, but they just don't have enough willpower to force themselves or jumpstart their engine or so on. Some never really tried hard enough. Try to ask themselves, how can I make it easier to jumpstart this engine? Right? Trial and error type thing. That is what I had to do. Multiple times. I mean, just think about it. If I'm looking at the weather app like every day, because I know around spring and summer here, it's usually all kinds of rainy and lightning storms, at least in this region that I'm in, right? But this year it has been rather much in comparison to other years. So I'm always looking at this app to make sure that I am ahead of the game so I can prepare myself accordingly. So when I jumpstart my engine, I'm not caught by surprise when it comes to, well, things I can't really control, right? I look at what I can control. And this is something most people don't even bother doing. And then they turn into hunchbacks. Because it's like, bro, you didn't even try to understand your circumstance, to tame the wilds of your circumstance. You didn't try. But I think at the same time, they didn't try because the way they alleviate pain, for them, it's easier to just consume garbage or watch other people do what they want to do or hate on other people that do what they wanted to do, right? I think for them, it's easier that way, right? Because it's not easy drawing. It's not easy sitting down and, trying to find reference, spending a whole day, multiple days, trying to figure out how am I going to do this type thing. It's not easy, right? But at least you get something out of it. These people, I suppose, they can substitute their pain of stagnation by hating on others or by eating 4 boxes of pizza. But some of us, like me, I just can't do it, bro. I just can't do it. Like, I bought, I don't know how many donuts this past week, bro. That I was on a donut spree. I had 2 donuts this morning. And if I don't stop, I'll be 6,000 pounds by January. So, I'm gonna stop, of course. But then, when I realized that, bro, this is like your 5th donut in the last 3 days. What's going on? I was like, wait, what? This is the 5th one? What's going on? That's when I realized that I'm running away from something. I'm running away from pain. Because again, my distractions that were found on YouTube no longer can distract me enough from the pain. Everything is repetitive now. It's like, I already know what this guy's gonna say type thing. I can't keep watching these people. Even though it can be maybe a different topic, I have an idea of what will be said. And that's exactly what is said in the end. And I'm like, yeah, too many people, too many channels are just repeating themselves right now. So it's time to move on, but go where? And then, of course, I ended up at the donut store. Some other people end up at the liquor store. I ended up at the donut store. And I got me some donuts, right? I had a double cheeseburger last week And man, was it good with a tall glass of chocolate milkshake, right? I wasn't holding back. And then yesterday, I was surprised that I finished a large pizza. I haven't been able to finish a large pizza all year, actually. I've always been eating just the medium. And all of a sudden, I'm like, bruh, if you won't eat the whole thing like this, like it was nothing, you got a problem. And indeed, the problem was the pain of stagnation, right? Whether I'm here, Las Vegas, Japan, Mars, or even in a different galaxy or dimension, this feeling of stagnation, it's too strong, too lethal, dangerous. There's no escape from it except, well, you just gotta know what type of person you are. There's no escape from it except for me, drawing. I have to draw. Otherwise, I'll experience pain. Now, I mentioned in the Patreon video that was uploaded today that I don't want to be drawing MANAA all my life. Everything comes to an end. I don't want to be 40 and still be doing this. I don't want to be 40 and still be on YouTube, right? Doing all of this. I don't. Now, I am hoping that I can indeed move on by that time. But all I know is I want to be finished with this story by 35. And I probably won't make it at 35. I don't know when I'll be able to finish it, but I'm aiming for 35. So I pretty much got 4 years left. Right. And the story is longer than I thought it was going to be. So I just know that I have to tell the story. I have to finish it. Right? So 35, I hope it'll be done. If not 35, 37, bro. Like, I have to. I have to. If not, if I reach 36 and I'm still not done, I'm going to have to legit cut it. I'm going to have to cut it. And then the question will be, okay, if you say drawing is the only salvation from this pain and you stop, what are you going to do to alleviate the pain? I don't know. I will have to find something else. Because right now, I'm so motivated to work on this, to finish this, because I have something to say. Something that can be better received through a book, right? Through a story such as this, right? I have to finish it. I have to do it this way. After that, when I've said what I needed to say, I'd like to move on. But by then, we don't know how jacked the world's gonna be for normal people like myself. I don't know if South Africa will collapse like Cuba or Sri Lanka. I have no idea, or Lebanon. You know, I have no idea. I really have no idea. But that always sits at the back of my mind that, bruh, you know they're gonna take all your savings, right? Like, well, yeah, they're gonna take everybody's savings actually. Which is why sometimes when I feel like I spend too much money on donuts or something, I'm like, bruh, you can't take this seriously, right? You can't hold on tightly to the savings that you got. You know they're gonna take it, so chill. You got 5 extra donuts. So what? It's better that you spent that money on donuts that made you happy instead of losing all that money from theft thanks to the government type thing, right? Or, you know, Klaus Schwab and them can be like, okay, so click the button. It's time they own nothing and be happy type thing. Because they're doing that slowly right now. But anyway, I don't know. But what I do know is that by 40, I'd like to either be an instructor, but the way people are right now, they don't want to listen to any advice. They don't want to, they don't want to take any instruction, or they don't want to be cooperative. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky, man. So we'll see. But what I know is, yeah, I don't want to do this forever, man. When this story is done, I want to be doing all kinds of mass marketing, right? But seeing how people get dumber every year, it is, it's not looking too good. But that's still not going to stop me, because I have something to say. Something that can be said in its fullness through MANAA, right? Through a visual story like this. So that's why I can keep going. And because, there's pain. If I turn into Art Crumbs, who avoids pain by eating 15 burgers a day, yeah, I would have health complications as she does. She keeps complaining about it, right? And it's like, I wonder, hey, maybe it's because you're 9,000 pounds, lady. But oh well. She clearly doesn't want to look in the mirror. So, humanity. We're just so complicated, man. And all the coping mechanisms that people have, like, oh, we are in a fallen state and we will be glorified one day. Dude, I'm sorry, man, but that is legit cope, all right? That is cope. None of this was supposed to happen, because you want to hold on to that? Well, this didn't have to happen. This didn't have to happen, bro. Yeah, well, if they never ate the fruit in the garden, like, bruh, how you want to punish everybody for what two dumb people did? Give me a break. And then say, well, there's a way out, nigga, please. Nigga, please, right? That coping mechanism does not alleviate pain anymore. And it's also one of, it was one of the things that helped me get rid of that bias, the Christian bias, because the agony of being alive was not subsiding at all, right? Forever waiting for judgment to come on the wicked, or the end of the world, or your rapture, or your death. That's not a way to live. It's not, And I was like, I have to live my life waiting? I can work with my hands, sure, but there is still pain. What are we supposed to do? Pray all day? It doesn't work like that, right? So, that just wasn't it, man. That just wasn't it. I wonder if I can ink multiple things at once. Yeah, this is too much. I can't ink this. But I think I can ink this one. It's fine. Let me just quickly ink Irene here, and then I'll read the comments. So in this chapter of Bloody Hell, remember I once said that I want Bloody Hell to be like Berserk, a bit of Games of Thrones and Dragon Ball. Well, maybe not very much like Games of Thrones anymore with all the political stuff. But there is a lot of, what's the word? Manipulation? Right? A lot of manipulation games, mind games that you would find in a Games of Thrones, right? This chapter is not rated PG-13. It's R-rated. Not because of the blood and guts, but because of something else. Now, I'm not showing like hardcore explicit content, right? But I am alluding to it, and I can't show it here on YouTube. I would show the picture, um, or the page here. Let's see if there is one. Yeah, I can't. I can't show either one of those. Yeah, I can't. But man, basically, it's like, why though? Well, number one, it is within the context, you know. Why am I showing this type of content? It's got nothing to do with it's there for the fun of it, you know. It's a serious thing that does happen in reality. And I'm showing it, right? And how it can backfire sometimes. And how somebody can use leverage upon somebody else to get their way, but then they get drunk with that power that they have over somebody else, and then they end up messing everything up. So I'm mostly talking about Julian here, right? And pretty much foreshadowing his downfall, I suppose. But it's not going to be anything major, because again, I'm trying to spend less time with these other characters that are with Arthur. So, but you'll see. You'll see. Bloody hell is definitely not for kids, but kids have seen worse things now, so what am I supposed to do? Irene being creepy here. With them eyes. Okay. It's gonna be so cool getting to the point in the story explaining where vampires actually come from, their origins, and so on. It's gonna be so cool. But what's gonna be cooler is Jacob and his brother having a disagreement because of their worldviews, right? They have different worldviews, and neither worldview is actually wrong. So it's going to be one of those subplots where you're like, man, I don't really know who to root for here, because both of them are right. And even Dracula himself, for everybody who thought Dracula is just a vampire who wants to kill people, he just wants to forever consume humans, you're dead wrong. That is not what he wants to do, right? And in the story, still nobody knows his grand plan. But it will be revealed. It will be revealed. And it's gonna be so cool, because you're gonna be like, what? How? I don't know anymore. Because Dracula kinda has a point, right? He kinda has a point. And now that I have solidified the ending, it synchronizes so well with humanity's current psychology, actually. Well, those who are somewhat conscious of reality. It synchronizes very well with them. And I hope to at least get to that point where the brother is explaining to Jacob Dracula's plans. Is that you have it all wrong, Jacob. You have it all wrong. Like, let me balance you real quick. And what the hell? Man, each time I'm drawing, man, there's some creature crawling up in the walls or some freak of nature giant bird outside. Let me have a look at this bird, bro. I don't know what the hell he doing. Cause it's raining right now. Can't believe this. All right. That bird was just being a dodo bird. Um, Let me read some comments. Conversations like this make me feel less weird about having these thoughts, especially trying to have these kinds of convos in the indie space as a whole. Yeah, if people were more honest in the indie space, bro, with themselves even, they could we could have such conversations. But these people are trying to cater to the mentally ill, right? People who are incapable of having introspective conversations because number one, they don't even know themselves. They don't even know their own thoughts. Their thoughts are not their own. Their beliefs not their own. They just lost, bro. Right? Just lost, yelling at the screen, feeling so closely attached to whatever rhetoric that they harbor in their minds. And if you don't subscribe to the same rhetoric, they'll attack you for it. Like a damn animal. So that's why the indie space is rather shallow. It's rather shallow, man. Because the people up in it are rather shallow. Don't know how to talk. Don't know how to share anything interesting because their lives are not interesting. So, too bad. But most people don't understand that pain and suffering is part of the human condition. We try so hard to run away from pain, suffering, and struggle, but that's not how the real world works. Yeah, but at the end of the day, literally every living creature or living entity is fleeing pain because pain and suffering is the constant. Each time you drink a nice soda or a milkshake, you're trying to escape dehydration, which is pain. Each time you eat a burger or you just eat anything in general, you're escaping the pain of hunger, right? This is the real world. The real world is fleeing pain consistently. It's just others flee pain in toxic ways, right? Me having this talk right now with everybody here this is another way to flee from pain because, you know, we're talking about it, we're letting it out. Our chi is flowing as we discuss these ideas instead of keeping it bottled inside like most hunchbacks, and they want to pretend that there's nothing wrong, and before you know it, they have a breakdown and grab a gun. So, oh well. We need adversary to keep pushing forward. We do. What's up, Luck? Do you know when you started Bloody Hell? Huh? Do you know when you started? Like on what date? Oh, I started in 2021. And I think maybe it was in August. I think, but it was in 2021. So let's see. Now it's been 4 years. Yeah, it's been 4 years since Bloody Hell started. But I only took it seriously when, like, end of 2023. You see, so yeah. And I checked out Miracles. Genuinely insane. It was really good. Pretty sure anyone would be intrigued by that irrespective of religion. Yeah, one dude really liked Miracles, and in fact there was a lot of people who liked it, and there's two versions of it. Actually there's three, but I never released the third one. But yeah, with that one, man, I was a totally different person. So yeah. What actually made you stop it? I know you probably were in your Christian phase when you made that, but it didn't feel preachy. It was just interesting. Has that shonen aesthetic and the dope characters? What made me stop it was at the time I was doing things with the expectation of, support, with the expectation of it getting bigger, with the expectation of it being, I don't know, somehow being propelled to stardom, not massive stardom, but to some level of importance, right? That's pretty much why I stopped it, that I wasn't getting enough return of investment at all, not even with reception. Right, only a handful, and by handful I mean 3 people kind of liked it. So with Bloody Hell, however, there's a lot of people, over a handful, who like it. So I stopped it because not enough people cared. So I'm convinced anyone who hates your art is either just jealous or disingenuous. It was never bad even back then. Had a few lows, but it was still mostly good. A lot of effort in the world building. Thanks. And I agree. Most of the hunchbacks who been hating and hate on my art and so on, it's like, bruh, you're just being a liar at this point, and you're only exposing yourself that you don't know what you're talking about. Like, legit, you don't. You couldn't see good or bad art on your best day, because everybody who has come against me thus far, who has one of the most atrocious art styles and art skills you'll ever see, is never corrected as to, like, yo, dude, maybe you gotta work hard too, never. It's always, oh, it's okay because he hates coffee, so we'll give him a pass. Disingenuous at best. JBZ21, what's up? That guy saying his work isn't manga has to be, yeah, it has to be on brain rotting drugs. Exactly, bro. These people, Sinverse and especially him, legit fried in the head, bro. Like, medically retarded. This guy was probably locked in an asylum for a month, right? So you can't talk to such people and you can't correct them. You just can't. Even the characters had a sense of depth, and there was clearly something being cooked up. Can't count indie artists with that level of quality writing capacity on one hand. Guess you always deliver. Yeah, thanks. And that's a good point, actually. That's a good point. You know, I do have a big catalog, don't I, of past works where I was trying to cook something up that was major. And a lot of these other people who've been doing one shots day in and day out, it's like, dude, you've done like 10 one shots and still you haven't learned anything from them. It's so weird. It's a waste of time. But hey, no direction, right? No direction. So generally, what were Pinkbird and Sinverse talking about? Their works are bottom barrel level and yours is like OG Shonen level. They are light years apart. It's insane. Okay, Pinkbird was hating on me because of my personality and saying the way I conduct myself is bad for my business and I should take it as his advice while he's starting his business. And I'm like, bruh, my business has taken off and I've sold product. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Pinkbird was mostly saying I'm very unprofessional. Yet this entire indie space does not function like an establishment. So you don't have to be professional, right? You actually look ridiculous if you're gonna try to be professional. Sinverse just hated me. I don't actually know why this guy hated me, but aside from the obvious, that my tone, that I'm mean, that I'm telling people about standards, and apparently I don't uphold my own standards, that I made up these standards, some brain rot argument. He wasn't saying much of anything that actually makes any sense because he belongs in an asylum. But both of these people, they can't see their own work. They can't see how bottom of the barrel it is. They've never finished any of their works. They've never sold any of their works. And then they want to come here and tell me what to do. That is just nuts. It's absolutely nuts, bruh. And I'm like, bruh, you're not better than me. You haven't sold anything. Your channel is pretty much a graveyard. And you want to tell me about what I should do for my brand? You can't tell me anything. So they're just a bunch of entitled pieces of trash who honestly just want to drag me down to their level. There's nothing else we can say about it, Understandable, at least you can say, yes, I did it. Exactly. I've seen Art Crumb's latest YouTube. She suddenly broke down after talking about her Moki Komi reality striked, I suppose. It didn't strike enough because Art Crumbs is going to be like Sean James. Sean James, who's now 3, who had a heart attack earlier this year, who spent 20 years or 25 years, man, trying to cater to niggas, sell novels to black people in America when they made it really clear that, Sean, we don't care about your books, bro. Right? He catered to an audience that was not trying to read any books. And he wasted his life, and reality struck him so hard like a bolt of lightning that his heart gave out. And even after the heart attack, he didn't learn from his lesson. He's back at it, talking smack, complaining about black women this, black women that. It's like, nigga, look, no black woman will ever look at you because you're like a 4,000-pound crippled old man at this point with the same haircut from 1995, right? Come on. And now his hairline is receding like a mug. Art Crumbs is going to end up the same way. She is 2 times bigger than Sean James in terms of weight. Her hand is so chunky. It looks like the paw of a polar bear, right? And I'm like, damn, woman. I saw that video too where she was playing with her cat. That hand that looked like a flipping polar bear paw. It's like, this is why you're sick. This is why you're breaking down. Because you're getting myocardial arrest every other day as you guzzle another 5 liters of Coca-Cola. This is why, woman, you want to feel better? Put down the 5 liters of Coca-Cola, put down the 10 burgers a day, and take more walks, right? And look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, is the pain that I'm experiencing now a pain that is inevitable as a human? Or is it a pain that I can do something about? Being 7,000 pounds is a pain that you can do something about. In her case, she really doesn't even know what it means to be a real human, because the current pain she's experiencing is a pain that she can't avoid. So, oh well, too bad for her. What are your thoughts on Kodansha and all these publishing companies trying to recruit foreign artists? It's a dungeon. I mean, that should have been obvious, bro. It's an obvious dungeon. Kodansha ain't serious. It ain't trying to put you up there at all. Why would they? Right? We all know. I mean, look what they did with Vinnie Hacker. You saw the video I did on Vinnie Hacker's new manga, right? Kodansha put that one shot on their website, and the synopsis for that manga was, he is the creator of this one shot is somebody with 15 million followers. So how can anyone take Kodansha seriously? It's a dungeon. It's a major dungeon, bro. They're trying to create a new international sweatshop, because none of the foreign artists have the stamina to work like a slave in the rice fields, bro, like the Asian people can. You just don't have the stamina, right? So I really don't see this being possible, and Kodansha has not really specified as to like, okay, how's the language barrier thing going to be sorted out? It hasn't, so we really don't know. But ultimately, all I know is that it's a dungeon, bro. It's a dungeon. They own your work. You publish with them, they own your work. Or even if they don't, I think you wouldn't be allowed to take your work elsewhere. You're not going to have the same freedom as you would like. And that's very important to me, right? That's very important to me. It's a dungeon. People who still want to pursue the Japanese route, go ahead and do it if you honestly know what you're doing. But I'm not going to sacrifice what I'm doing, right? The message I want to get across with this one story, just to be glorified or given a chance by a group of people who don't even like me. I mean, come on. Come on. How can anyone be so enthusiastic about what the Japanese can do for you or offer you when you know what you know now? I just can't, man. I just can't. I have something to say. I have a message that I want to deliver. And I want to do it my way. My way is still rooted in the standard of old that Torishima taught in his book. And I am going to keep it that way, because these new editors, they don't know what the hell they doing, bro. They don't know what they doing. Y'all, we saw the video. New editor-in-chief doesn't know what the hell he's doing, right? So, I don't want to hear it. Kodansha, it's just another dungeon, man. It's honestly the new Manga Plus creators. Should be obvious. Okay, I'm trying to draw this booby right. Don't know why it's so difficult to get these just right sometimes. I need to concentrate a little bit. Come on, Irene. Stop jiggling now. I'd have to fix it later. Gotta concentrate here. I've kind of made peace with sometimes not being able to nail things 100%. Sometimes you just can't, and you gotta know when to move on. You just gotta know when to move on. That doesn't mean don't try, but if you know like I just ain't landing, you move on, bro. And indeed, people will know that yeah, a human being did this. It was an AI. Now I always tell dudes when drawing females, make sure that there's a lot of overlapping. It helps with the butter. I noticed that in American comics, there's a lot of overlapping in female figures, especially when they're just standing still. It gives the illusion of motion, even though she's standing still. With all those curves, you need to know how to use them. Oh boy. Somebody will like, oh, your hand, you drew the hand all jacked. Okay. You draw better hands then. Let me do this. I kind of wanted it to be. Let's see. This is the only nice part about digital. So easy to just resize things instead of redrawing it again. Let's give her a glove of some sort. Okay. Let me just save this real quick. Okay, so those are my thoughts on the Kodansha thing. You know, I've noticed a lot of indie artists don't really have a story to tell. Most just go into the craft with hype fights and ridiculous power scaling. They don't really have a message. Yeah, man. That's inverse. That's 99% of people. When I tell people that we need to know what your character wants within the first 10 pages, they think I'm playing or something, or I'm being hyperbolic. Like, dude, I'm being for real. Do you even know what you want? They don't know. They don't know. Just a bunch of lost people who want to focus on the spectacle. That's why they fall off so quickly. It's just a dopamine ride to begin with. That's why they always talk about getting an anime rather than finishing the product first. And that is the key. Honestly, look at whatchamacall, Invincible. Now I don't like Invincible, right? And I mentioned it in the Patreon video, but Invincible has a beginning, middle, and end. It's an indie work, right? Not really, but fine. It is an indie work. But it has a beginning, middle, and end, right? That's how I want to do things, right? Have a beginning, middle, and end for bloody hell. Then you can do your mass marketing. Because right now, the fact that people have to wait for the next chapter, wait for the next book, and you know how it is. I've once said it before that consumers don't have any trust in indie creators because they are so easily distracted, where they can forsake their projects and go somewhere else and do something else. And then you just feel betrayed that, wait, dude, I was supporting you, right? I was looking forward to more chapters of this IP, and you just abandoned it. I'm not gonna read your next work. A lot of true consumers don't care about the creator, they care about the creation. But a lot of times, these people want to treat themselves like celebrities that follow me. Here's my next album. Bro, you didn't even finish the next album, the last album. Come on. Come on. Fights without story is boring. Yeah, and when I see like a random AI fights on Instagram or whatever. I don't even watch it anymore. Those cool edits of like Demon Slayer fights, I don't watch it. I'm not mesmerized by it because there's no story, there's no stakes, there's no meaning, there's nothing. Just spectacle. Been holding a one shot contest all year in a group with over 10K members. A lot of them are comic writers with no finished product. Started around March and April. Now it's December, only 8 submissions. 10,000 people and only 8 submissions. What does that tell you? These people can't commit to anything, bro. They're a bunch of scavengers just trying to catch the biggest fish, right? They don't want to really hunt for it. They want to look around for, is that fish big enough and is it near death that I can just sink my teeth into it and just finish it off? They don't want to start from scratch. They don't want to hunt. 10K members, only 8 submissions. Ah, dude, that is just sad. What's up, Ang? Just finished watching the Sinverse video on Patreon. Bro thought he cooked. Yeah, sadly. Guy's cognitively impaired. Only 3 out of those had a somewhat sensible story. The rest just chased trends with 90% fights, no substance. 3 out of the 8 from the 10,000 members had sensible stories. Sad. Lugubrious. They just want to make JJK rip-offs. Well, under Decadence, you know, this is the norm. Under Decadence, people just function on the 3 primal instincts, man. I think when you know where we are as a generation, maybe you'll work less hard, but definitely work smart. Right now, we need smart workers, not hard workers, man. You're not gonna get anywhere by working hard. You're gonna have to work very, very smart. You're gonna have to, honestly, take care of your energy, bro. Right? Take care of your chi. You can't be out here, emitting Super Saiyan 3 level of energy and thinking that this gigantic display of energy somehow is going to bring about recognition. Some people work super hard in order to receive recognition. Who's going to recognize you now? Right? When all the institutions that once respected merit have been subverted and jacked and sabotaged at this point, right? That's no different to being a slave. Slaves will work ultra hard. They'll pick, I don't know how many cotton bushes and be like, Master, you see, I picked over 48 bushes today, Master. You love me? Master will like, yeah, I love you. I only gonna give you one ass whooping today, boy. Now go ahead and turn around. Let me give you that whooping. Just one. Go ahead, go eat that watermelon. In fact, here's 2 watermelons for you. The slave master back then, right, respected the slave that picked more cotton than the others, right? Who'd give him less of an ass beating and would give him 2 watermelons. Now, you work ultra hard. The slave masters, they don't even care, bro. They don't care. It's like, dude, whatever. There ain't no watermelon for you. So work smart, not hard. I thought you were drawing comics because you love making stories. Were you doing it for attention this whole time? God T, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? You thought I was drawing comics because... Like, what are you talking about? Who are you, bro? Are you new? Because if you were somebody who's been here, you wouldn't ask me that. Like, I think, yeah, you... Oh, wait, maybe you're asking that in the context to Sinverse. If that's the case, yeah, that makes sense. That your question is applicable there. Clearly, he was doing it mostly for attention. He didn't care. He didn't love the craft at all. So many web comics I liked died. Me too. There was a bunch of web comics I once liked. Sadly, I don't even remember them now because I used to mostly read them while I was in high school and they just disappeared. So I checked out Cory Kenshin's manga full review before it was taken down. None of the characters are likable. Power system is just pure hype, moment, and inconsistent. Not surprised. Character designs of the villains are rip-off from existing IP, of course. Would be a cool anime to see for animation, but that's it. Yeah, it will just be another spectacle. And that's all there is to it. There'll be no substance. Let's face it, guys. Can somebody like Cory Kenshin do anything? Does that guy have anything to say? People be like, he's a Christian horror gamer. What the fuck does that even mean? What is that, bro? I couldn't believe there were people who took that garbage statement seriously. He's a Christian horror gamer. What does that mean? That infuriated me. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? What does he do? What does he say? What does he provide? What does he teach? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Man, there is no way a freak of nature like Cory Kenshin can ever have anything meaningful to say. The guy is just a hunchback, bro, who want to be on YouTube making millions of dollars and complain about YouTube being racist and whatnot. Like, are you kidding me, Cory? Are you kidding me? You are a Negro making millions of dollars and you want to complain that YouTube, you're racist or you have favorites, or shut the F up. Man, I can't stand such people, bruh. I just can't. But anyway, we're gonna have more and more celebrities jump into this manga and anime hype. Vinny Hacker is a nobody, right? He's just a supermodel and voice actor, but let's face it, 15 million so-called followers, and a lot of us don't even know him. Yeah, he's a nobody, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if one day Brad Pitt is like, oh man, I need to make an anime. I need to make something to feel relevant before I die. We already know Megan Thee Stallion wants to create her own anime, right? And how many? There's a lot, guys. There's gonna be a bunch of celebs who are gonna take this route in order to stay relevant. They're going to want to cater to the incel anime dorks on the internet who will support them no matter what, right? And honestly, anyone who's gonna support Megan Thee Stallion's anime is legit a loser. Like, that woman is just an opportunist. Her music is terrible, right? The only thing she's got is sex appeal, nothing else. She's terrible, you know? And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. These people can't create anything. They can't create anything. So it makes you wonder as to like, damn man, so what are we gonna do? Well, I'm doing something about it, right? I have a squad, Coffee Originals. We're doing something about it. We're working on our stuff. Okay, we're working on our stuff. Is there a guarantee of $10 million one day? No, there is no guarantee of that. But we still create because we have to, because it's who we are, because we have something to say, something that can only be said with the medium of MANAA, right? And that's all there is to it, really. Nothing else more than that. Too many people were just too hungry for the glory, the money, the bragging rights, and so on. Those who are too hungry for the bragging rights will end up like White Manga. So hungry for it that he bragged about being awarded with the mentally disabled awards for jacked in the head children, right? And he's gonna be like, I'm an award-winning manga artist. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, you are. For disabled people. And you're like, that is a win? That's a W? That's the biggest L I've ever heard, bruh. Like, yo, I. But anyway, this all goes back to us as humans running away from something. Um, it it is more than just I need to create because it's who I am. I'm creating right now, guys, because honestly, it's a quiet day. It's raining, no lightning storm right now. So I have to redeem the time while I can. But if I weren't drawing right now, I would be in pain. I would be in agony. And I would most likely take the donut, the one donut that's left in the fridge, and stuff my face, right? And then when I'm finished with that donut, I would probably, I don't know, grab a chocolate bar or something. Before you know it, I'm art crumbs, bro. You know, before you know it, I'm art crumbs. So there are now real consequences to me not drawing. Sometimes, though, I will not have the physical stamina to draw, right? Because sometimes, honestly, if you force yourself to draw, but there is no physical stamina, bro, or your chi doesn't synchronize with your physical stamina, what you do draw won't come out right. You will be so frustrated, right? You'll be so frustrated. Like right now, I'm legit out of physical stamina. So inking this, okay, this is not too difficult to ink. But you see, inking the figures here, as small as they are, that takes a lot of concentration, um, which is probably gonna fry me up even more. So, and then I won't be able to ink it properly. So I have to leave it alone. This definitely, I can't do this. In a way, I was never planning on inking this whole chapter digitally. I was gonna go print it out. That was always the plan. So the problem is that it's expensive to print now. Very expensive. And printing out 14 pages, because they're all double spreads, how much is that going to be? 4 times 14 is... Where's my calculator, man? Yeah, I'm bad at maths, y'all. I'm just calculating this right here. That's like 56 Rand right there. 56 Rand. That is basically $2. $2 to print 14 black and white pictures. That's too much, bro. Used to be less than $1, right? That is way too much. But let me not complain, because at the end of the day, it's like, nigga, do you want to get this work done or not? Yes or no? Because if you don't, you will experience pain. So it looks like tomorrow I'm going to print the thing and pay the money. Yeah, I don't have a choice. I'm going to print the stuff and pay the money. So right now, I'm out of physical stamina to concentrate to the level of inking characters, but I do have enough energy to start rendering this out. I remember with one wallpaper I did, I was like, you know, bloody hell needs certain aesthetics. It needs certain symbols, crosses, crescent moons, stars. It's something I kind of forgot about, which I'm gonna bring back now. So here, Jacob looked like he was wearing some sports hoodie thing. But if I made this a star, let's see what it would look like. This is a rough star. I'm gonna remove that. Yeah, it actually works. Now, someone once asked me, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with the fact that you did incorporate some Christian cross stuff in your story, but you don't believe anymore? Well, I can't really tell you because it would spoil everything. But it's going to explain everything so well because it corresponds with reality. That's going to be real fun. So, star, crescent moon. The star needs to be put into perspective a bit better. Let's see. There we go. All right. Now the fun part. The fun part is definitely the rendering for me. It's fun, man, because I don't have to think. I just go with the flow. It's automatic. So for me, that's really fun. I'm not sure if I want to color this in, but we'll see. I just gotta close all the gaps where I will be putting in all the blacks. At first I wanted to make Irene smile, because she does smile. It's not like it's out of character for her, you know. She's a hussy in a way. Or she has hussy tendencies. She's a vampire after all. There's a part that I wanted, maybe I'm still gonna include it, where her hussiness is going to make Lisa very upset. And I was like, do I need to put this in here? It's like, well, it kind of has to be in there to show the level of seriousness that the situation that you will see will be displaying. But it's going to show Irene that, you know, she really, there's a lot of things that she just doesn't see the same way as normal people. Like, why? This is not wrong, Lisa. I'm just trying to help. Like, no, you don't get it. Leave him alone, type thing. Like, okay, well, maybe it should be his choice. And yeah. But yeah, so when I finish inking this whole chapter, it's gonna be interesting when we go through the MANAA diaries, as to like, whoa, bro, I can't believe you showed some of that over there. But it's nothing major, so you're gonna see, right? It's gotta be subtle. The other leg is hidden. I didn't know what to do with the other leg. Let me make this eyebrow do this. I'd like to see Pinkbird Studios and Sinverse, you know, do better than this. Like, I really would. And Marshall, of course. I'm gonna dog on Marshall from now on because he asked for it. It's like, you wanted this, bro. You wanted it. You wanted it, man. So here we are. You like the attention, huh, Marshall? You wanted it, bro. Go on, make another video. Do it. And then somebody will tell me that you made a video. And then I won't watch it. Do it, bro. Go on and do it. Alright, this tool here is one of my favorite tools when inking digitally. It just makes the line work so consistent. Because when I ink traditionally, you can barely be able to do this. Barely. You can try, but you'll barely be able to do it. So they just came back from the grocery store. There's another group wallpaper I want to do where the characters are playing tennis or something. Or roller blading. Yeah, I think I want to start with the one with a roller blading. But it won't be all of them. Like, I don't like doing group shots of multiple characters. I think 2 or 3 is always sufficient for me. Still gonna have to add the line weight. This would really work very well as a sticker. Too bad here in South Africa, whether it be cheap or not to create stickers, the problem is finding people who would buy it. You'd get a legion of people saying, "This is so cool, man, blah, 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 blah." And they just move on because they hate to see you do something different. At the bookstore this past weekend, there was a lot of people. And quite a few people, I looked at the surveillance cams and I saw some young dudes picking up bloody hell. And I asked one guy, 2 guys, I'm like, "Hey man, I saw you checking up bloody hell." And he's like, "Yeah, it was hidden over there, but I saw the author's name." I'm like, but this name is the name of a South African person, a black guy even. So I was intrigued and I picked it up. And oh yeah, what did you think? It's like, oh, it's pretty cool, but it's expensive. And it is expensive thanks to the tariffs. It's very expensive. It's $600 in my currency. That's a lot. That is a lot. I think that's the most expensive manga book on our shelf. There is no manga at all that comes close to that expense. I'm $200 above the standard price. So that's why a lot of people didn't buy it, because one guy said, "Yo man, I'm gonna buy it, but I have to save up, right? So if you can leave it on the shelf, I'll probably buy it by Christmas." And I'm like, "Okay man, no problem." But yeah, I got screwed by the tariffs. Otherwise it would have been selling pretty darn well. But it goes to show, that people see the potential. Be like, "Hey man, this kind of reminds me of something. I'd like to buy it, but I can't afford it. It's too much." And indeed, it is. It is. Megan anime would just be a mesh of JJK and My Hero Academia. Yeah, it definitely would. It definitely would, bro. And people would say it's the greatest thing um, that's ever been created. Like, we all know. We all know that's a lie. Can she even write a solid story to... Bro, she can't even write a solid song to begin with. So she can't write no story. These guys should learn to write, not chase trends. How can someone like Megan produce something meaningful? It's because she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to. I'm Megan Thee Stallion. I'm fine. Look at my booty. Support me. And people are going to jump on it. It's despicable. Gonna be some twerking scenes and some flashy powers that make no sense. Oh, definitely, bro. Like, insane WAP level twerking scenes. There's gonna be Cardi B jumping in, landing on her BBL, and killing the monster there. Ah, bro. BBL domain expansion. You're gonna see that. So, By the way, this bloody hell cover you're drawing is really cool. Also, a really nice perspective. Thanks, man. You don't believe in religion or the Bible? Not anymore, I don't. I can understand the religion part. A lot of people don't live by the book. DM me and let me know how much you charge to do a cover. Oh, okay. I'll let you know. But bro, I was a Space Marine level Bible believer, okay, and I learned a lot from Gino Jennings. So you're not gonna find a lot of people who know the Bible as well as I do, really. So I don't believe anymore for rather logical reasons. But that doesn't mean there's nothing good in it. There's a lot good in it. But in the end, I will not live my life knowing that this is not divine, but it is just a construct. I just won't. I can't. I just can't, bro. It has to be divine. And it's not. So, oh well. It is what it is. They would say it's peak. They would say it's fire. Megan, your stuff is so peak. It's so fire. Epic, bro. Like, yada, yada, yada. Ugh, man. You already know what they're gonna say. So, I'm not gonna stand for that. Watch that Egan's anime be outsourced by some Filipino studio. Egan? I don't know Egan. I don't know. If they can get a Japanese studio for that, I wouldn't be too surprised, but yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, we saw Giguk, right? He got a Japanese studio. He paid like maybe $500,000 or $1 million to have his piece of trash anime episode made, get a legendary composer. It was still garbage. So we got people who are legit pieces of trash who have the money to produce more garbage. It's just a sad world we live in. Sad world we live in, man. Okay, let me quickly remove some of the details here for the elevator. Okay, there we go. Now I found reference for the elevator and I flattened it. I ain't got no time to draw all that elevator action from scratch. Okay. Gotta make sure all these lines are gone. You know, there is one thing that I really wanted to ink, which was another wallpaper. It's this. Well, not this. I'm not satisfied with this picture anymore. It's actually Charlotte. I want to ink her. I will after I finish the rendering here. I think sometimes getting proper pacing when you are, you know, working on your stuff, maybe it's gonna help you not spend too much energy where you're like, man, I can only work on one thing today or right now. Maybe I need to work on my pacing when drawing something, just to have enough reserves to work on something else at the same time. Let's see. Now, Irene usually wears black and maybe red here and here. But usually it's all black. I like making her wear just black, honestly. Jacob definitely black, red, green. That's his color scheme mostly. Okay. I'm gonna have to subtly raise some of these lines that are touching the figures. Just to make sure that they pop, you know, like they're not merging with the background. And I kind of forgot that I might have to add more details to the elevator lines. I don't really want to do that, but maybe not make Irene smile. Let's see what happens. Okay. Just add some of these details. I don't even know what it is, but like what type of details I'm actually adding. I'm just putting lines that look applicable. Okay, let me just add all the necessary line weight to the characters. This is why I don't really like putting backgrounds when I draw a cover. It just takes unnecessary amount of time. Now I'm wondering if I should use pure black for things like the hair. Let's see what it's gonna look like. Let me just remove that. Almost there. Man, is her skirt gonna be black as well? Usually. I wonder if Jacob's hoodie should be black as well. I've drawn him with a hoodie before for this one other wallpaper, and it was black, but I don't think it should be. I think it should be red. Whoops. This is the fun part. A lot of trial and error though. I don't add a lot of line weight in actual pages unless I'm inking it traditionally. Um, but usually, when inking digitally, you add line weight as a means for emphasis because whatever's happening in the scene is very important. Okay. And I see that actually making uh, how I would render this in the MANAA would be different. I see that in covers I can't render the same. Um, so I'm gonna have to leave alone that idea that I had. Let's see. If the hoodie is red, this shirt underneath should be white. Because if I made it black, let's see. Oh, it doesn't look half bad when black. Okay. Huh. What do y'all think? What do y'all think it being black like this? Somebody give me an answer real quick, please. I'm gonna read the other comments, but I need that answer on this. Okay, rookie rock solid. You like the black. All right. JBZ also likes the black. Okay. Okay. Well, I like it too. Without it, it just feels like something is missing. So I think I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. So how I'm gonna improve it is, let's say, this is what I want to do. I'm gonna take some white and just white it out. And do this. Okay. Now, usually, since the light is coming from the back, what I want to do, but I don't have to do it. Nah, that's actually messing things up. This is what I mean by that trial and error, y'all. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes your style doesn't work with everything. Like in this case, um, I think I can get away with just leaving the hoodie all black. Even here, I guess. Yeah, seeing how it is from a distance anyway, like he's not really up close to the camera. Okay. Uh, Let me read the comments. Have I concluded the Torishima book review? No, not yet. That thing is, it takes a lot of digestion. So, it's gonna take a while, bro. You know, but I'm still gonna go through the important chapters on Patreon. Like, that hasn't changed. It's just, it's a lot of reading, and then I have to process what the guy is saying after all, you know. I'm gonna write a book on the book. So, yeah. I think I missed some comments here. Yeah, the Japanese have trashed Gigax anime. The Japanese have, oh, as in they spoke down on it. Well, that's good news. You should send me a link, bro, so I can see what the Japanese have to say about it. Yeah, it was a lot of money Gigax spent. Of course, these freelance animators would take it. Yeah. And people say you can't draw. That's some pretty damn good perspective right there. Crazy, right? Irene staring into my soul. Yeah, she gonna take your blood, bro. You should be careful though before Irene attracts some simps. Hey man, that would be nice, because if them simps ain't gonna hate on me because of the caffeine, be like, yo, just give us more Irene, bro. I'm like, okay, can always pay for more Irene, bro. No problem, right? So, yeah, it's not a product for the simps, but if simps find something to simp over, payday. Bro, it doesn't matter what you do, you will attract simps anyway. But you can use it to your advantage. Exactly, because them go into your story and get that unexpected factory reset. Yeah, that would be cool. Your art's really improving. Thanks. Coffee, do you read webcomics like Webtoon? No, not at all. Or One Punch Man or Tails gets trolled? Nope, sorry bro, I don't. Not anymore. Because I'm very intentional with everything that I do now, right? And this relates to the topic of the live stream. Everyone is running away from something. You have to be intentional with everything you do now, because you're doing that thing for a reason. I'm drawing right now, today, because I was intentionally trying to run away from the pain, from the void, right? From the nothingness, from the stagnation of existence, the futility of it, blah, 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 right? So I can't just read something for the fun of it. I don't have fun for fun. Everything's got to be intentional now, right? If I want to have fun, well, I'll be intentional about it. The days of being spontaneous for me, they are over, bro. They are completely over. Everything I do now is somewhat calculated, and it's all because I'm trying to run away from the void. Because if I don't, I'll go to the liquor store or at the donut store, you know. I commend you for taking down those videos on Sean James. It shows true character. Why, bro? Why does that show true character? I'm gonna put those videos right the heck back on up because I wasn't wrong about that nigga. That dude wasted his whole life over some bullshit. How does that show true character? I took those videos down by accident. Are you kidding me, man? Like, what is this? Are you serious? What does true character mean to you guys? You see, this is what happens when you watch Sean James. Being a broke, busted, 55-year-old loser who had a heart attack and still can't learn from his damn mistakes, you're gonna learn that taking down videos, calling out somebody for the wrong that they did is true character. This is subversion. That's bullcrap, man. I'm gonna put those videos back up, man. Like, thanks for reminding me, hey. Because now I see that indeed they need to go back up there. They need to, in fact, I need to do another video on Sean James, toasting, grilling, deep frying him to non-existence. Like, I can't, man. That's that subverted mindset that I'm talking about, man. That is that slave morality action. Like, seriously, dude? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But anyway, yeah, you guys like the black. The red will make it pop. I'll put red. There's always red on Jacob, either on his hair or somewhere else. So I will put some red. I will put some red. Okay. Let us add some more line weight now. Here and there. So the song playing, the soundtrack playing is from the PS2 Tenkaichi game, the first one. I found myself listening more to old school things of my childhood because a lot of the new stuff, you guys know it. It's not the same. It just ain't good, right? And I kind of got mad at myself that, come on, bruh. You can't be out here listening to all this stuff, this ancient stuff. Get with the program. And I'm like, what is the program? Isn't the program to avoid the void? Well, this music helps me avoid the void, right? It's not my fault that new stuff is senseless trash, that people can't inspire people with their music these days. It's not my fault. So I was mad at myself, though, that I don't know if I can keep listening to this forever. But it kind of looks like I don't have a choice. Looks like I don't have a choice, to be honest. But when I'm sick of it, let's say if I was just listening to this soundtrack, I'd probably blow my brains out. But because I'm working on something I want to work on, it helps. It's an additional distraction to the void. So it's fine. Let's see. Should I put... Let's see if I do this. This is bothering me. Whoop. Maybe it should be bigger. Definitely not. A long time ago, I used to draw really quickly because I wanted to finish really quickly. And I wanted to finish because I mostly wanted the reward. Um, but now I think you shouldn't rush per se, have some urgency, but I think you just have to enjoy the process, I suppose, because it depends where you are in your life, what stage you are at. Because for me now, it's like, well, dude, if you want to waste time so that you don't get destroyed by the void, then rushing uh, is only going to put you back in the void a lot sooner. So now I'm not going to be so hard on myself for not finishing sooner. This right here should be all black. But we'll see. I guess Jacob's shoes will be red, and this part will be red. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, let me bring back the elevator. Yeah, that looks better. Just add more line weight to make them pop out a bit more. Especially on the ears. There we go. I think this part for Irene needs to change. Oh, I know. something is bothering me with Irene's expression. It's like I don't want her to be too serious, but not too playful either. I think, yeah, the tongue sticking out is the best thing to do. All right. And I think her pupils were not big enough. There we go. Now I am remembering to apply passable even in this cover. At least I'm trying to. You know what? Just make her eyelashes completely black. In the manga, I wouldn't do that. The actual pages. But here, looks like I kind of have to. Jacob is so cool, y'all. Like, I like how much I like my own main character. I like how I want to be like him. You know, he's just cool. You look at him and you're like, who's this character? Type thing. He seems interesting. He reminds me of Ichigo, and well, he's built like Goku in a way. I don't know, who is this guy type thing. So yeah, I really like him. And yes, for those who like King Arthur, he's back in the end of chapter 27. And in chapter 28, we're just gonna have a moment with him a little bit. Remember, he saved that one kid from being bullied. And now, well, he's brought the kid to his mom. And in the next chapter, they're gonna have a moment, and then he's going to sense that Alex or Lancelot and Alex are fighting, and then all hell's gonna break loose, right? So yeah, sometimes I feel like I don't put enough of King Arthur and whatnot. Well, he's not the main character of Bloody Hell anyway, but he is the main character of the plot, if that makes any sense. The main character is obviously Jacob here. He's just not the main character for the plot. So, okay. Let me add my little strokes there. All right. Now let's apply the flats. In fact, I'm going to take the pencil layer and remove everything. Okay, so since both these guys are vampire, well, Jacob being half vampire, their skin pigment is not fully, it's not supposed to, ideally speaking, be like normal Caucasian, right? It's supposed to be somewhat, what's the word, pale, right? And that's true, but not all the time. Not all the time. I think Irene should be more pale. This this pigment works for Jacob. Um, so let's try to make Irene a bit more pale. Usually what I would do, just to give that vampire feel, is I would use cool shadows, right? The shadows would be cooler. I wouldn't use a warm color for putting in the shadows. So there we go. And now let's put in the red. They both got red eyes. Let's see, this part. Oh, will you look at that? Maybe make the star red. Oh, snap. Make them shoes red. Oh, snap. Jacob, all kinds. Oh, drip, drip, bro. Let's make Irene's belt red. Can her glove be red? No. She should have minimalism on lock. Like, that can be red. Okay. Oh, she got red lipstick as well. This is not real red. What is this? It's not real red. There we go. There we go. Now, let's see. Where can I put Jacob's green? Maybe right here. Someone once said, man, I hate red and green. It reminds me of some Christmas tree action. Well, Merry Christmas, bro, because we in that season. And I like it with the green. It just looks right. Just gotta pick the right green. There we go. This type of green. All right, and then here, no. See, sometimes when I'm struggling like this, I would decide that the whole thing actually should be black and white. Sometimes colors won't work on something. It just won't. And then with black and white, it always will. Right? It just always will. But let me keep experimenting. No. I mean, I could use this red, but no. Each time when I'm like coloring things, it's like I'm coloring for the first time. I forget, what did I do last time? Because everything is so different. Everything is so different. Like, see this? I first colored this in normally. Then I had to change everything to make it, well, as you see it, like everything is pretty much a cool color. And then I have some warm colors for the shadows. But in this one, I might have to do the same thing. I might have to do the same thing. And in fact, the green is not working here. It's not working at all. So let me remove it. And let me just let me add the other stuff that are somewhat essential. Like Jacob's hair thingies here are not completely red. It's this pink red. There we go. And then erase these areas. Sometimes I would start with applying shadows before I actually put in the flats. At this time, I just had to start with the flats. Okay. Now, the tongue is not completely red. I'm sure everybody knows that. Sometimes a cool thing to do, which I barely ever do, like eyeshadow for female characters, like so, is really cool when appropriate to the scene. And I think this one very much so is. Suddenly I feel immense dread creeping up on me. And I know why. Because I'm looking at the time. And I know, because according to the weather thing, the weather app, it's supposed to be a lightning storm in 2 hours. It might not be. There might be, but aside from that, I am dreading completing this, because it's like, as soon as you're done, if you're not tired enough, you will experience the pain, the stagnation. And now I'm stuck. This is why live streaming something you are not 100% certain in terms of what it's going to look like in the end. Yeah, you're going to be exposed as a real artist that, oh snap, he actually goes through the motions as he's trying to figure things out. So let me hide this, and Just apply the shadows. See what that's gonna look like. Because that really helps me a lot. So the light is coming from the back. So we're gonna have to do this. Let's see. Let's see. If I can't nail the colors, I'm just gonna leave it as black and white. I do like black and white more. After all, in fact, a lot of one of my favorite covers usually are black and white, and then maybe there's one drop of color. So we'll see. That usually the make or break, honestly, of any artwork is if you're gonna apply color, is your shadow game. How well you apply your shadows. So if I can just get this right, should be fine. This does take concentration. It used to be so much more fluid for me a while ago. Maybe it's because which is strange, I haven't been on my A game for a while. Okay, leg here. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Then I'll put some of the shadows elsewhere. Uh-oh. Ah, damn it. The shadows inside the elevator is going to be something else. What the hell? There we go. Maybe I need to apply less shadow on Irene, especially this side. There's no need. And here too. Whoops. Okay, this is how it starts. And I gotta decrease the DPI. It's making me hard to see a certain way. See, when you put the shadows, you can rest easier with what you got. If I were to turn these shadows into cool colors, it's gonna look a lot better. But now, I got to make the rest of the elevator, you know, be lit accordingly. And the problem here is that, oh boy, we'll see. The light. The light is definitely. Oh yeah, this is tough. This is why I never put shadows, backgrounds in my covers. I ain't got time for this. But I guess for once it's fine because I'm running away from the void. Let's do this. That actually ain't half bad. Check. Sometimes this is the nice thing about happy accidents. Let's do this. This will either make or break. It's something that I was going to experiment with eventually. But let's just try it now. Because I'm all about that contrast, right? So let's do it. All black. Okay, well, that didn't come out exactly as planned. But that actually looks pretty damn cool. It actually even looks like I did it traditionally. Damn. That looks cooler than I thought. But let me fix it. And I'm gonna keep it with the black after all. So I just have to close all these gaps here. Like here. And here as well. And here. That really looked super cool, man. Like really super cool. Okay, let us do it again. Apply the shadows in the appropriate areas. In fact, like this area here, if I make it all black, let's see. I guess it does work. It works. That is pretty darn cool. If I add the blacks to the shadows coming from Jacob's feet, and here and there. Oh man, that is just real cool. I'm gonna add more gritty white lines here and there. So yeah, that should be extra saucy. Let me check some comments real quick. Rookie says brutal and beyond. Are you going to re-upload those older videos from like 3-4 years ago of you drawing and working on Bloody Hell? I really enjoyed listening to them while I worked and found them meditative. 3-4 years ago, I don't even remember. I don't think those were Bloody Hell videos, man. And I probably actually deleted those, so I don't think I have them anymore. You have these, so better than nothing, right? I think a lot of newer anime OSTs and whatnot lack one thing: identity. Well said. I agree, bro. Like the Naruto OST, you know, this is Naruto Shippuden. This is Naruto OG. Same thing with Bleach, of course. And you know, the saddest thing recently with the Bleach soundtrack is that a lot of brain dead zombie hood niggas are putting the Bleach soundtrack, like, which one is it? Nothing Can Be Explained, right? They be using it as background music for their monkey bullshit, right? And I'm like, how dare they disgrace this legendary soundtrack. Ah, it's so sad, man. Like when everything else becomes garbage, the losers and zombies come to pollute what is left, what is sacred, and then they turn that into trash. So annoying. Um, I'm looking at Clock Strike. I'm looking at Clock Striker, right? I'll admit, I like the design for the character and the art is good, but I get extremely tired of the first black female shown in BS. Of course. They don't believe that the story can stand on its own. It's gotta be political. So, what can you do? Politicizing almost everything in anime is exhausting. They wanna keep doing it until everything's propaganda, bro. Until everything is CCP China, bro. Right? The human being who can truly express himself will perish. When I'm dead and some of y'all are dead, humanity will just have a bunch of vegetables clicking the retweet button for all eternity. So, very sad. The Budokai games have the best fighting music for DBZ. Agreed. They do. They do. Sparking Zero soundtrack is nothing. Xenoverse, nothing. Fighter Z, nothing. No identity. Wait, is there any black female pro tag in anime? I really don't know. And I really don't care. People won't say you're a Wichi. Well, she's not the protagonist, but she ain't black anyway. Also, regarding the Japanese reception of Gigax anime, I'm looking for the tweets right now. With Saturday AM, it's like their brand, that DEI stuff. But I don't know if I've ever seen any in anime. It's coming. I just won't watch it. Yeah, man, that's how you know you're doing it right. He does remind me of Goku X Ichigo too. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Luck. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Comic Book Muscle says, nah, solid piece though. Nailed this camera angle. It's sick. Thanks, Mike. The perspective is tough, but you get the right reference, and you can make it work. But anyway, yeah, man. Like now, this is probably gonna be one of my second most favorite wallpaper, right? And I suppose it's because of how dynamic it is. Because when I look at which one, not this one, there isn't heavy duty perspective here, you know. Playing around with perspective, I guess, is what really makes something pop. There's background elements confining itself to the perspective, it also makes everything pop. I see that now. Maybe I should try doing that more. Maybe. But at the end of the day, I'm all about the passable. If there's adequate contrast and there is mood that is well achieved, like this one, I'm perfectly fine with it. But of course, it always depends on what exactly I'm drawing. So, yeah, let's try to put more black. Now, maybe I won't put black there. I won't put it there. So what I'm gonna do is just try to put more screen tone here. If I did this, does it work? This does look like you would see it in an ad of some newspaper or popular news printed magazine as a whole, right? Okay, now let me add some white and black lines here and there, just to, yeah, if I do this right, so it's a nifty trick. It's a nifty trick. Put lines there. Lines there. There we go. And now, let's see where I can add some black lines. This part should it be black? No. No. This part, let's just put some normal lines like so. See what that gonna look like. All right. It's coming out just fine. Better than what I hoped for. Now when I add the colors, we'll see if I actually need them. Don't think I do. You see, sometimes in Chainsaw Man or Dandadan, you see these straight lines like this that they most likely use a Maru pen for. I've always wanted to do that myself, but then when I got a Maru pen, and I'm like, damn, this Maru pen was expensive, and the ink bottle expensive as a mug. I can't do it traditionally. I'll just have to settle to do it digitally, and it works. It also works. If I do what? Well, to show that this is glass, right? Usually you got random shapes like that. It's a bit distracting though. I think I'm gonna have to add black to this shadow here after all. Let's see. Uh-oh. Well, this actually works better. It actually works better, bro. That is nuts. I just have to. Let me do this. Just have to remove the black here. Yeah, this whole part needs to be white here. This whole part needs to be white. Kawarabashi has a very, very, very good understanding of contrast. The guy hardly adds screen tones. I don't think I've ever seen a page where he has added them. Okay, I just need to remove some of the black on these, like these boards. And then add some more white gritty lines. And I think when I add a texture layer, I usually do that with the noise tool, but I'm thinking of adding an actual paper texture or metallic texture. But we'll see. Oh, but then again, I think a paper one will work better because the metallic one won't show very well. Okay, so remember there was a time, I think it was in last stream, the last stream I did last week, where I said there is a certain aesthetic or signature or vibe that I'd like to consistently be able to achieve with my covers. And for a while I've always had that, right, where everything would be desaturated, like always desaturated with one splash of a saturated color. And then I forgot that that was how I used to do things. Now I just remembered. So now I'm like, you know what? Going forward, except for actual volume covers, the volume covers will have normal coloring. But for random covers like this, from now on, I want them to be like this. You know, I want them to have one color tone, basically, symbolizing a mood. Or if they're gonna be black and white, I want them to be like this, right? High levels of contrast and so on. This is cool. This is me, like, honestly, burying it into my memory. As so yo, nigga, next time, make sure that you do it like this, okay? Make sure that you do it like this, you keep it like this, so that there can be a consistency of identity when it comes to my illustrative work. Because I know in the pages themselves, it's like, yeah, everything is consistent in tone, in mood. You see a page that I do, you'd know that, yeah, Coffee did that. But now I want even the illustrations to be like, okay, yeah, Coffee did that. That is gonna be cool. And now I have unlocked new consciousness, or I reunited with my old conscious self in an artistic sense, um, by spending the time today to finish this piece, right? To finish this piece instead of just eating more donuts, um, and crying about life, right? I have now gained something. I gained something. I'm gonna remember that, nah, bro, do this, do that. Like last time. It's gonna save me more time. So that is cool. You really cannot unlock anything, bro, sitting down and crying. You just can't. You cannot, bro. This part here, I don't think it should be all black. Oops. I did think about if I ever did another story, obviously it would resemble some themes of this one. But I remember talking about it last year that I was going to work on something else called The Will of the King. And that one actually was still, it was going to be the ultimate Christian type story. But there was going to be a catch. And I got to take this call. So I want to mute y'all. I'll be back. Okay, had to grab that call. um, it's alleged that DB's Dragon Ball Super 2 and Xenoverse 3 will be announced next year. I hope it's gonna be Xenoverse 3. I'm more interested in that. Dragon Ball Super, like, I could care less, bro. I hope Xenoverse 3 comes out for real, for real. I really hope so. But anyway, I think it really is better off black and white like this. Yeah. The red here. Okay, let me do this. If I let me do this. What will it look like if I do this? Just change the layer options. Well, this works too. In fact, let's finish it off experimenting with this idea. Using cool colors as the shading. So now, gotta do this as well. New layer. Let's see which brush to use. Okay. This also kind of works. Now the type of, and it's always so different for each piece. However you want to do the shadows, it's not gonna have the same effect doing it the same all the time. So this is what I'm gonna do. here, just decrease the opacity. Whoops. And I have to get rid of these lines. And I need a new soundtrack over here. Better yet. You thinking the strong contrast might? Alrighty. I just gotta experiment with the color real quick. The black and white ain't going anywhere. In fact, let me... Come on. What's going on? Well, I guess if I do hide the blue and just... Thing is, you see, if I were to leave it like this, I mean, it works, it's fine. Passable, you know, but it just feels like it could have been better. So definitely the black works much better. What is this? Why is there blue here? Maybe the cool colors are not working very well. Ah, that seems more appropriate. This purple hue. Okay, that's even this rather cool one. I mean, warm one. Kind of. No, that doesn't work at all. Nope. No. This greenish tint definitely works. It works. Oh, I know. I know what I'm supposed to try. Let's make this a bit red, like so. And then we'll make this different. having them kind of red like this, it's very, very striking. But then I have to change the hue. Oh, in fact, just leave it as it is. Let's do this. What the heck? Why aren't they red anymore? Hey, even the blue works rather fine. It does. But I need the warm color. Here it is. Saturation levels. Nah, even this one works. In fact, it's got some neon action to it. But I definitely wanted it around here. Increase the saturation. It's on max and I'm not seeing a difference. Maybe that's because of these cool colors, cool shadows. Not bad. Not bad at all. But definitely, this is something that should stay black and white. It's just one of those pieces, man. It's one of those. This is not the cover to volume 4 or anything. So, in fact, even the flats like this, they work just fine. If I were to add a light blue to everywhere else, let's see what that's gonna look like. Yeah, not bad, but I'm going to change this blue into something else. Alright, Chihuahua, trial and error, guys. But hey, what else would you rather be doing, right? This is all the hard work hunchbacks don't see, right? This is all the time spent off camera, but this time, well, it kind of is on camera, I suppose. Okay. This sounds like elevator music, which is very applicable to these two since they are in an elevator. Okay, now the blue's nice. Let's mess around with it. Oh, purple ain't bad. Oh, this one really ain't too bad at all. Okay, that one doesn't work at all. I guess the blue is just fine. Let me beef up the saturation of the blue. Oh, in fact, desaturate it. I guess the purple makes more sense. The purple kind of yeah, this is totally new for me. Coloring interiors with this type of aesthetic vibe is new to me. So it's all kinds of trial and error, but I don't think it should be that dark. Let me go back to the blue. The green doesn't work, nor does the yellow. Definitely not the red. It's okay, but nah. Looks like the blue and purple. Like this purple works very well. But yeah, I think desaturated is somewhat better. What do I like about the Transformers movies? Well, I honestly like Transformers 1 to 4. After that, I don't like them, but what do I like about them? Well, they're nothing deep, They are just simple action flicks, which at the time it was fine. The Autobots were just trying to protect the Earth. And it was so simple, like even a brain dead weasel could understand it, So what I do like about it, I suppose, is rather superficial. But if I'm not going to mention the superficial things, like the transformations are great, the sound effects, the sound design is great, the designs are great, the music is great, the explosion is great. I mostly like the Autobots and the Decepticons about Michael Bay's Transformer franchise. I never liked Sam Witwicky, never liked Shia LaBeouf. The guy was just screaming all the time. Never liked him. When Mark Wahlberg showed up to the scene, He was definitely way better than Shia LaBeouf. His character had something to lose, you know, and he was, I suppose, a failed inventor in a way, so I could care about him more. So I really like Mark Wahlberg's involvement in Transformers 4. But after 4, The Last Night was complete ass. I just watched like 10 minutes of that thing. One little Mexican girl running around being a girl boss. And what else? That's about it. But 1, 2, 3, it was just simple, you know? Simple, industry standard, up to standard, you know? I really just couldn't complain about it. After all, it's not like it was trying to create something new. It was just adapting what already exists. So, and I think Michael Bay did a very good job with the trilogy and the fourth one. But yeah, a lot of people don't like Michael Bay's stuff. And honestly, some of those people just hate for the fun of it, bro. Sometimes it's like, dude, do you have a reason to hate this thing? Or you just jumping on the trend to hate? But anyway. Okay. Yeah, this ain't bad. Let me add the texture thing for Jacob's gloves. I did not finish completely rendering. So let me do that real quick right now. You know, some people think like if they were to publish in Japan and be living the dream, this is what the dream looks like. If you actually think about it, this is what it looks like, right? You sitting here for hours, bro. How many hours has it been since I started? I think 3.5 hours, right? You sit here and you work, straight up grind. You have to go to Japan or trying to go at it at a establishment, right? These people have not even finished their own work, right? Haven't finished their chapters and so on. There is no way they can sit for 3 hours and grind. There's just no way. This is what the dream looks like. You could say, I'm living the dream then. It's just I don't have the bank account to show it. But this is what the dream looks like. When you're not spending your money, when you're not on a boat, right? When you're not at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, this is where you are most of the time. And I think most people will find this greatly uncomfortable, greatly unpleasurable, um, rather, rather painful, in fact. That, oh man, been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I can't do this for the rest of my life. Well, it doesn't have to be for the rest of your life, but it's going to be the majority of your life, right? These people, there's no way they can do it, man. There's just no way. In a way, you could say it's a very boring thing to be a manga artist. Well, if you feel that way, you definitely were never meant to be part of this. Definitely not. Let me quickly remove the colors just to see the rendering. See it a bit better. Because there's certain lines that need to be added, like here. Lines on Irene's hair. Think here as well. I wonder if I should just leave the pants without adding those particular lines that I tend to do. I think I'm gonna add them. Maybe on a different layer. I'll use this layer. But not use too many lines. Oh snap, I forgot that I have to have dinner. But I'm not hungry. You know, when you're busy, you don't get hungry. A lot of people overeat because they're not busy enough. If I wasn't working, I was definitely gonna eat something. And clearly I don't have to. That looks interesting. Uh, Let me do this. Okay. Um, I guess now just a cool font somewhere would just tie everything together. There's one last thing that I need to do. Let me duplicate this. Um, which is to erase. Y'all gonna see my old school signature cover color preference, which is this. It's still too much color, I suppose. If I move color from the hoodie, there we go. This should be more red. There we go. Oh, and then I gotta remove the blue. Yep, just like this. This is actually how I've always used to do it. I guess I just wasn't fully aware. But now I am. Let me remove the eyeshadow. And the tongue doesn't have to be that color anymore. Okay. what a crazy trial and error this was. It was real crazy. Now to add this part here. And maybe use a pen. I think everybody should ask themselves, do you have anything better to do aside from working on your story, man? Because if you do, then you don't need to work on your story. You really don't. See, for me, I'm stuck, man. I've exhausted every other escape mechanism out there. Like, I can't eat donuts forever, man. I can't. And of course I shouldn't. I can't, there's nothing left to watch on YouTube. You know, aside from a few people you watch out of support. But ultimately, like, that daily consumption of TV, like how we grew up, you know, you came home from school, you're just gonna watch TV, and what was on, like 7 out of 10, there were good things, funny things, cool things. Ads were not like senseless and retarded, but rather creative and funny, you know, properly enticing. But now, I haven't watched TV in a whole year, bro, and I used to watch the cooking channel. The amount of ads that are on the cooking channel now, I just couldn't handle it anymore. I'm like, no way. No way. You're gonna spend like 25 minutes on ads, bro. I couldn't, and it was always the same type of ads. It made me sick when I watched normal South African TV, like SABC. Like, why would I watch that, right? Well, there was nothing on at the time. The amount of alcohol ads was just like insane to me, bro. There was so many ads just about alcohol, right? And I'm like, this is like straight propaganda at this point, like Omega Shenron level. Nothing but alcohol. Like 90% of the ads on the main South African TV network, 90% is alcohol. And then the other 5% would be like cleaning products, and then another 5% would be like fast food, right? Or furniture. But 90% is alcohol. It's ridiculous. The way they advertise alcohol for women, it was so interesting to witness, because of course we grew up seeing these ads, but we were young and brain dead and didn't understand the techniques they were using. But I noticed with the way they advertise alcohol to women here, and by the way, South African women are the biggest drinkers on the continent, apparently. We have the biggest female drunks on the continent, if not the world, right? These chicks here are alcoholics. Just yesterday at work, This one girl I work with, and I think she's gonna die of liver failure one day. I was like, she was like, oh man, I can't wait to get out of here. And I'm like, for what? Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to drink. I'm like, damn, I thought you quit. And she said, no, I was kidding. You think I'm gonna quit drinking? Hell no. I'm like, okay, why do you drink so much? It helps me not think about boys so much. And I'm like, what? Being wasted beyond redemption helps you not think about guys? But you with a guy right now. And she said nothing. And I'm like, unbelievable. You have a guy and you drink yourself senseless so not to think about him. That is just crazy, right? Or you drink yourself senseless not to think about other guys poisoning your liver. And she has already shown signs of early stage kidney failure. And I ain't gonna say nothing. Bro. And what does early stage kidney failure look like? Oh boy. Well, you're mostly chronically coughing all the time. Your skin looks dehydrated as hell. And you emit this odor, right? This halitosis type of odor. Of course, I can't tell her that because she's like, you dare? You dissing me? Like, woman, I'm trying to save your life, right? You getting liver failure. She would never listen to me. She'd just say I'm hating, and she would get me fired. So I'm just gonna let her die, right? But it was just insane to me that, wow, this person really drinks like a flippin' sailor, doesn't she? All because she says she doesn't want to think about boys. She doesn't want to think about men, but she's with a man. Chihuahua. Oh well. It is what it is. But once again, y'all gotta think about, is there anything better that you would be doing than drawing? Because if there is, you definitely don't need to be. You can stop pretending. You can leave it alone, bro. You can leave it alone. You can move on. Because, yeah. Some of us, we don't have a choice. No donuts, no liquor, nothing. And those things, after 10 years, I'll have nothing to show for myself except diabetes. So, I'd rather do this. I don't know what I'd rather else be doing right now. Come on, Coffee, you'd rather be on a boat. Then what, bro? Then what? You know, at some point you gotta get off the boat, man. You'd rather be on top of the Empire State Building. Okay, you wanna live there? Are you going to live up there? No. I'd rather be eating ramen in Japan. That would be nice. But you're not gonna live at the ramen shop, now are you? So eventually you gotta know what is the best way to use your time. If you spend most of your time consuming, then whatever, man, you know, good for you, lucky you. I suppose you can run away from the dread, from the emptiness, from the void by just consuming whatever garbage is available. At some point, surely you'll be like, man, I've had enough of this. Surely, right? Well, I've reached that stage now, so I can't deal with it anymore. I can't deal with it. Okay. I think that's it for the black and white. Trying to think if there's any other element that I should add. But I don't think there is, aside from obviously, you know, some text over here. But I'll do that on a different app. Okay. Do I have the paper? A paper texture. Yes, I do. Looks like I can't drag. Oh, damn. There we go. Overlay. No, not overlay. Hard light. It gives it this paper-like feeling. You know what? I think there's too much. It's too much red. It's too much red. Let me remove some of the red here and there. Okay, now the star looked better. Remove it from the hair. Nope, that doesn't work either. I guess that's fine. All right. Well, guys, I think I'm okay with it like this. Oh, one last thing. Another way I add texture. Because that paper texture ain't really working out. Noise. Overlay. Decrease this. And okay. Yarne. That means not bad. Well, I think that's what it means in Japanese. the heck? What happened to... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Now I'm totally out of energy, 100%. Um, Black Swan says, do you find comic events exhausting? Well, I've only been to 2 in this country. The first one that I went to, I got invited and I had to pay for my own accommodation and bus ticket. It was on the other side of the whole country, bro. It was cool. I didn't find it exhausting at all. I think comic events are awesome. That is where you can make the best connections. This is part of working smarter than harder, because a lot of people who just want to rely on maximum output, that's not going to get you anywhere if you're not associated with people who can help you get somewhere, right? You look at Common America, that guy's been rubbing shoulders with the elites of Kickstarter, finding out where they are, what events they go to, buying them dinner, right? This is what you got to do. So if you can go to comic events, you should. And you shouldn't find it exhausting, honestly. It should be fun. You're connecting with people, you're in, well, the direct market, like really direct market right there. If you went to the correct comic event, people are looking for comics, right? It should be fun, man. Like I would be going to more comic events often. I really would if I could. But here, in terms of, you know, they just hate, bro. They're just a bunch of haters. And when they realize that, oh, it's Muzi Sensei, nah, screw this guy type thing, that can be very demoralizing. And of course, aside from paying for accommodation and a bus ticket, the venue is very expensive as well. Like, it's too much, man. It's too much. So it becomes totally not worth the effort. You get exhausted in prepping for the event instead of the event itself exhausting you. So, yeah. I think they should do 2-day max for the comic events. Yeah, that's good enough. I just got off with class for the day and came back to the cover looking sweet. All right, you had class for a couple of hours, man. Welcome back. I think that's all she wrote. Much better layout with the light source, blacks, shadings, and color. Glad you like it, man. Constant consumption gets to a point. Some would rather create something than mindlessly rot their brains. I guess that's where I'm at, bro. Like, I told you guys about CGA, Coach Greg Adams. Yeah, he's cool, but now I'm like, okay, you know, Greg, I guess I've received all the information that I had to receive from you. You're not saying anything new now. You're just reporting the basic garbage that we all know. Some people need to keep hearing it for like 10,000 years. Fine. But I now found myself in a situation where it's like, dude, you're over capacity. You can't. If you really need to watch something, you're not really watching it, you're listening to it. You need to listen to the old stuff that you grew up with. The new stuff just isn't relatable. It's filled with rage bait. Bro, I hate this rage bait stuff, man. Like, I just can't anymore. I honestly can't. Even in the video game news community, it's complaints. Xbox this. Gaming hardware is expensive. Yes, it is. Like, it was Black Friday this past weekend, and there were all kinds of devices that were on sale that are just absurd in prices. And in fact, there is a sports clothing store here called Sports Scene. For years, they've only been selling sports clothes, right? Like Nike gear, sneakers, training gear. Now they sell electronics. They sell Xbox. They sell controllers. They sell PC hardware. I'm like, wait a minute, you're a clothing store. You have companies now. Even at the bookstore, we do this where we don't just sell books anymore, bro. We sell a lot of electronics now, like earphones, maybe phone stands, and at least a lot of it is adjacent to books, like a lamp, a book lamp. But when I saw those giant headphones, I'm like, why are we selling giant headphones like that, right? I was puzzled. I was really puzzled. We sell random, weird, not even stickers, man. They're just weird, quote unquote, art pieces. I'm like, wow, a lot of these companies are diversifying what they're offering. Each company seems to be becoming a Walmart, where they're having everything in one store. It's no longer just a bookstore. It's no longer just a clothing store. You gotta have a PlayStation right next to the sneakers right there, and you're like, what's going on here? I thought this was a sneaker store. Now you got PlayStation and Xbox hanging over there by the wall. I don't get it. And it's not like it's any cheaper, right? There is a scrambling right now for all these companies to participate in the entertainment market, because everything else seems to be falling apart, right? These gaming handhelds, I got one myself, the ROG Ally, not the Xbox ROG Ally, just the normal one, the Z1 Extreme. They are releasing these like hotcakes, bro, with 2 terabyte storage, 16 gig RAM, blah, blah, blah. They are like powerful devices. This shows that the last big market for consumers is entertainment. Aside from food, right? It's entertainment. And they're incorporating a lot of AI into things that's messing things up. But at the end of the day, it's just so weird to see that, man, if you got clothing stores jumping into the entertainment space, we are in trouble, or they are in trouble. So yeah, constant pleasure seeking is another form of entropy. The body falls apart without challenges. Exactly. But I'm not gonna lie, bro, it's hard to choose to challenge yourself, right? Because humans have never had to choose to challenge themselves. Today, I'm going to just climb Everest as a challenge. No, it's because you had to climb Everest. You see? Like, the species of humanity has always been challenged by the elements or neighboring conquerors, always living life on the offensive, preparing for the worst and whatnot. And then when you find yourself in a safe life, what need is there for you to challenge yourself? It's actually not normal. It's actually not normal to challenge yourself. It never has been. It's always been normal to be challenged by nature or the barbarians trying to kill you and take your stuff. So, in a way, the red pill can take it too far. Andrew Tate can take it too far. You need to go to the gym. You need to do that. You need to do this. Blah, 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 blah. You need to do that to stay healthy and functional. But you don't need to bench 600 pounds. You don't. You don't need to bench 200 pounds. You don't. If you needed to, you would have by now. Right? it's actually rather sad in realizing that humans humans need to be challenged by the elements. It's hard to challenge yourself. You're just sitting down and you're like, oh, let me challenge myself. Why? That's actually not normal. So I think you are right about the comic events, about the choosing events. Huh? Coffee, can't we just whine, complain, and bitch in peace? Oh, go ahead. You can do that, but you can't do that all the time. Right? You can't complain all the time because it's not like it's going to make things better, easier. It's not like it's going to make the pain go away. In fact, it quadruples the pain. Bruh. In 2022 and 3, I used to complain, bro. Back when I used to pray, it was 99% complaints, right? I'm like, why? What did I do? When is the world gonna end? Yada, yada, yada. That only created a bigger chasm in me and a disconnection from what I could do in my circumstance. You know, I looked at my circumstance again today and I'm like, look, man, everything you need to be all right as you are right now is right in front of you. Now, of course, it's not going to last forever. So when half your stuff falls apart, gets taken, blown away, or stolen, or whatever, you're going to have to deal with what's left. And what's left in the gutter that you might find yourself in, you're going to have to make do with that. Can I take what I have right now and quadruple it? I'm trying, but in reality, you duplicate your assets by investing, of course, but not with your own money. That's what they don't tell you. You don't invest with your own money. You're not going to take majority of your assets and play the lottery with it. That would be retarded to do, right? That's what they don't tell you. A lot of us don't have collateral like that, you know. So it would be very hard for you to duplicate your assets currently. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one, man. That's true. We are in an era where we have to choose the challenges because we've created an environment of comfort. If we want the elements, we have to go out and do it. You're right. Yes, bro. I don't want to go fight a bear, to be honest. But I don't want to go live in the wilderness and fight with flipping lions and crocodiles. Why? I don't need to do that, right? Now, some people go on boot camp where that's exactly what they do. But guess what? When you come home, no crocodiles, no lions, you're going to gain all the weight back. You're going to be sluggish again. You're going to be the old you again. You can't, it's like you won't be able to stay a Super Saiyan because you don't have Majin Buu. So, it's one hell of a real. It is a serious conundrum. What can you do, man? There was this AI video I saw. Remember when Pierce was here, I said I mostly watch, if anything, I watch an AI video. But did I say that with Pierce? Oh, I said that with a bunch of other dudes I saw on Twitter. Oh well. Sometimes I'll watch the AI videos that talk about philosophy and whatnot, and they quote some books that I know. And oh, maybe I shouldn't say this because no, it will demoralize people. You know, I won't say that. I won't say that because some people won't be able to have. This damn internet, man. Okay, should be fine now. Thanks, Luck. Me either, but camping and fishing is fine. We used to camp back in primary school. See, this was the beauty of being sent to the white man's school. He took you to the wilderness by force. Niggas grew up in the wilderness, but they hate it, right? So the white man took us to the mountains, to the rivers, and all sorts of things. And it was really good. We used to camp. A lot of people got clawed by a lion in the face. You know, we almost got killed by an elephant. I mean, sometimes they take it too far, right? But, I mean, we all kind of signed our death warrant over there. They said, you coming at your own risk. If your kid dies, it's not our fault. I think the parents thought they were exaggerating, but legit, people could have died. Somebody could have been eaten by that lion. But oh well, we survived. Could have been bitten by a snake. We once swam in a leech-infested lake. Oh man, they said get in the water, but by the way, there are leeches in here. So make sure that you kick real hard when you're swimming to the other side. I'm like, excuse me? Why are we going in? You know, it's fun. Like, sir, I don't think so. Well, it's compulsory. You need to get in there or you're going to be left behind type thing, or you're not going to eat dinner. It was crazy. There was a time where I almost fell down a waterfall, and it would have been the end, bro. That was like at least 100 feet drop. And I'm like, why are we crossing this river? This is dangerous. You have to cross by walking on a giant log that has wet bark. And if you fall, you're doomed. Right? If you fall, you're doomed. Luckily, I didn't fall. Others did fall, but the rapids were not strong enough to, you know, send them down the waterfall. Those were dangerous activities, but really exhilarating, bro. I won't lie. They're exhilarating. They were to teach you character. That, look, man, if you die, you die type thing. I couldn't believe it. You die, bro. So it was cool. I remember one time we went, it was a full moon, and we were at a very high mountain. The city was at least hundreds of kilometers away. So it was nothing but night sky and a full moon. I never knew the moon could be so bright at a perfect night sky, right? It was so bright. We were up there. It lit the entire mountain, right? It was really cool. It felt like I was in a dream. And we were playing hide and seek, trying to find the other team. Luckily, there were no leopards in that mountain. So we were all safe, but you could have fell on a spike, a sharp wooden spike, and, you know, died and bled to death. So there was that. So you have to be careful. So that was one way of the white man's school used to challenge its young children back then. Today, a lot of the black-owned schools, you want to know what they do with the children? They bring them to the mall, bro. They bring them to the mall. Those kids don't climb mountains. They don't do pottery. They don't go to the rivers. They don't look at animals. They go to the mall to play games at the arcade and buy ice cream. And I'm like, these damn nigglets are hella ignorant. Hella ignorant, bro. At least send them to the witch doctor or something. Witch doctor won't tell you which herbs you can use to cure an ailment, which tree to go to. But nah. So yes, I definitely risked my life by going to those schools, but we were challenged back then. I never chose to be challenged. I never chose to be put in a cage with king cheetahs. Luckily, they were eating like donkey meat, right? There were like 10 of them in the cage, and they were all eating like donkey meat. Somebody would have been clawed if they were not eating. So that was a true test of character. And I appreciate those days. But it was not my choice. They said, go in or starve tonight. So I had to go in. Yeah, camping in Africa, bro, you ain't gonna make it, man. Bro, the hippo thing, on my 18th birthday, I went to this resort, right, with the homies. And I didn't know that resort had hippos. I didn't know. They said it's a safari resort, but I thought that was just, they're just saying that. Maybe we want to see some rare birds or something. We go to the river that's right next to the houses that you're staying, the lodges. We hear a noise, like the hippo noise, that whoa, whoa. And we're like, what's that? We look behind us and like, oh snap, it's a hippo. The hippo was with its baby hippo. And they are very territorial when they're with their babies. Bruh, I have never ran as fast as I did at that time. I left my nigga behind, and I just was like, if he gets killed, he gets killed. But I would have been killed also, because that thing would have easily swam to the other side, right? I look back, I'm like, is bro dead? Bro ran up the other way, right? And we had to run up rather a steep hill. We were not gonna make it if the hippo charged at us. We were not gonna make it. I couldn't believe that they let hippos roam in the large areas. It was just crazy to me, right? And there's this other place where most people go for a vacation, but man, the terrain to get there is just awful, bro. It looks like Bangladesh or Baghdad, right? There are massive baboons over there that are not afraid of people. Baboons that could like bite your head off. And I went there and I was in great discomfort because when we are eating snacks or you have lunch, bro, you see a massive baboon half the size of a gorilla just walk right next to you, stare at you, or take the giant bin that's next to the tree and flip it over and trying to find some food. I'm like, how are y'all just sitting here eating your food while these giant baboons are just walking around? I was so uncomfortable. One day, someone's child is gonna get eaten by that baboon, bro. So, hey, but that wasn't my choice. They took me there. I was challenged. I would have never chosen that. Yeah, playing hide and seek, and then you disappear forever. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. There was also another place. I forgot what it's called. I think it's called Dustrum. It's not too far from here. That place was known for being haunted. But I don't know if all those ghosts that even I saw were real or not, bro. That place was legit haunted, man. They said if you go out at night, go with friends, you're gonna see people walking, but they're not people. In broad daylight, you're gonna see things. I don't know if they set things up for that to be that way, or they firmly implanted it in our heads as children that if you see something out of the ordinary, you'll hallucinate a ghost. Because I remember when we were like milking a cow at this camp, in the distance there was this black guy with glowing yellow eyes staring at us from one of those big trees that you'd see in a Harry Potter movie. And I don't know if that was a psyop from the organizers to make us scared, but all of us saw this big nigga with a hat with glowing yellow eyes staring at us for a long time, right? Maybe it was a psyop, but we were all like frightened to death, bro. And that was in broad daylight. But once again, that wasn't a choice. They took us there, right? They took us there. You have to incorporate that story into your manga. Yeah, man. I want to have to. Somehow. I want to have to. I felt really sad when finding out that our night sky is polluted with light. Yeah. It really is. It really is, bro. Um, Look, we all can wish that let us go to the jungle and look at the night sky as it really is. Let's look at nature for what it really is. But it's dangerous. It's dangerous, bro. A lot of the dudes you want to go with, they ain't got your back. You hear a bump in the night, you're gonna panic and scream and have a heart attack. So, yeah, for me, I am like totally done with night safari days. I can go on a hike during the day. Like, I posted on Instagram, an Instagram story where I was hiking up that mountain and we got lost because it was like Silent Hill, was very foggy. In that mountain, there are only wild horses. And luckily, because it was so foggy and cold, they were not up there where we were at that altitude. But we did find two witch doctors praying at this giant rock formation that looks like Stonehenge. And we immediately turned around. We turned around. I'm like, yo, dude. It's the witch doctor, bro. Two of them. And I think they were white. Two white witch doctors praying on Stonehenge, wearing blue. I said, we're turning around, bro. Like, right now. It's foggy. If these people kill us, they'll never find us. They'll never find us, bro. The fog is gonna be here for like 3 days. They could cut us, chop us up, and even cook us for a whole 2 days. Eat us whole, bro. We'll never be found. Bones will be thrown on the other side of the valley. We need to get out of here. And we left, right? We left. So that was also a nice experience that happened recently, at least. How much to fund coffee safari video? Oh, bruh. I don't know, man. I'd need... Who can I trust here? Okay, I do have a little bit of a crew that I can go with. At least. It wouldn't be that expensive, because at least just gonna use this camera that I got from the iPhone. So it wouldn't be that much. It would just be a matter of getting there. But hey man, I'm not going in lion territory ever again. I'm not. Just hell no. And those wild horses, yeah, it's not like wild horses are known for attacking people, but they can. They can. Like when we were going back down the mountain from Silent Hill, there were 3 wild horses on the side of the road. And the little one was like staring directly at us, right? It looked like it wanted to charge, and I was like, okay, we can easily kill this little horse, but if that giant stallion mother comes, it's gonna kick our heads off our damn shoulders and trample us. So there was that, you know, and I'm a bit reluctant to go back to Silent Hill, even on a sunny day, because I'm like, man, I don't want to be kicked by a wild horse, bro. You're not gonna make it back. You get kicked by them, it's over, bro. You either dead or disabled. So, but we'll see. Let me add these few details here that I forgot to add. But yeah, guys, honestly, humans, you know, I have a lot of stories to tell, a lot of life experience, because, you know, I was challenged, not by choice. A lot of people in Western countries, you know, you're not challenged. You don't have to be, right? Like, your mother is not going to take you to the witch doctor's house by force. I used to go to witch doctors all the time as a kid because, well, we believe in that stuff, right? Thinking granny gonna kill me with her witchcraft stuff. But what she did was actually poison me. That's actually what it was. It was poison. And in order to get rid of the poison, well, it depends on the witch doctor. If the witch doctor is really smart, they'll know that, nah, this is poison. We can just get it out of him by making him drink this herb. So before we found the good witch doctor to get rid of the poison from my system, we used to go to the river all the time, even with my uncle, and even with a bunch of family members that I don't even know, bro. And there was a time there was this black and white snake that we found near the waterfall. I've never seen a snake like that. It looks like a normal water snake you'd find at sea, right? Like those proper water snakes, but you can't find them inland in Africa. You can't, especially down here. And it had horns. And I'm like, how come I've never seen this snake ever again? I've never seen it in no snake book or documentary. But anyway, some guy picked it up and threw it down the river, right? So we used to risk our lives going to the river all the time to get rid of some bad mojo. So that's why I have a lot of life experience, because I was risking my life all the time. I really was. A lot of Africans can tell you some crazy drama, right? Finding a dead body under the church, stuff like that. It's nuts, bro. You can get all kinds of crazy stories, man. But some people don't learn from it, right? Many people can experience what I experienced, but then they don't learn from it. They don't reflect as to like, what did it all mean? What was it for? So one time when we went to the river, and the river we went to, it's literally called Crocodile River. That's what it's called, right? And yeah, that's where we usually go. Luckily, there are crocodiles there, but they are not the big ones. You'd mostly find giant monitor lizards instead, right? Or snakes. So most of the time, there were always just snakes running around. Anyone could have been bitten, but luckily no one was. Risking our lives for nothing. But hey, at least I learned something from it. Other people never learned anything. Start up the Safari GoFundMe. The hunchback's going to love you being out with the lions. Yeah, so that when the lion charges at me, bro, and I get eaten on camera, they want to keep watching that same video until the day they die. Like, yeah, that nigga got eaten, ha ha ha. Heck no, bruh. I'm not gonna survive. Papa Mendes in the house, what's up, man? I'm not gonna survive, bro. I don't like animals like that. I had to deal with them because I had no choice. If I have a choice, I'm gonna stay far away from those animals. Okay, I think we are complete here. I just need some black. Okay, let me make this elevator rail thing a bit more noticeable. There we go. hopefully I don't get a copyright strike for playing this music. Because I think this music is AI music. Yeah, I mean, this channel only has 19 subscribers. So, he shouldn't complain. Because he stole all this too. You know, is it sad? That girl whom we were supposed to go up the mountain with. So remember, it didn't work out. She didn't come because she said she was on her periods and stuff, right? Oh, I can't honor our agreement because I'm on my periods. Like, woman, if you had a job interview and you were on your periods, you were gonna go to the job interview. If you had class, you were gonna go to class. So I don't want to hear it. No one said you have to climb up the hill with us, but we needed your car on that day. We never spoke again. And, well, I don't really care, but I'm like, this is exactly why there are no real friendships, I guess, or basic associates, because all she had to do was like, hey, I know last time I let you guys down. If you guys are keen next time, I'll make sure that I look at my calendar to make sure that my peers don't catch me off guard again. Would have been cool, but pride. Like, screw these niggas, I don't need these niggas. But it was her telling me that I wish I had more friends in town to talk to. But you know what? I'm fine with it. Like, I don't need her. She never contributed anything to my existence anyway. And all the things, but it was actually nice to see that she is implementing my advice that, look, you're trying to find a man. Okay, well, this is how you should structure your Instagram. These are the types of pictures that you should take. And she actually started doing that. She didn't block me on Instagram. I'm like, wow, she's actually doing it. But she's not using hashtags. And that is actually slowing down or jeopardizing the returns that she could make. And I was like, with the way you look, you're probably gonna attract a lot of Arabs who wanna take you to Dubai and, do all kinds of things. So be careful, because I'm not sure whom you're trying to attract, but I'm telling you that you're mostly gonna attract Arabs and white guys who are into natural, like, black women, right? But I think she doesn't really know who she's trying to market herself to. But in the end, I didn't get paid for my services, so I'm like, whatever, girl. If you get taken by the Arabs, that's on you. That's on you, not me. Not me. Just add more lines here and there. Like so. And here too. And maybe if I erase Okay, so we have now spent 4 hours on one illustration. Um, if I did not spend 4 hours on this illustration, I was gonna spend 4 hours complaining, eating donuts, and I gotta take this call, so let me mute quick. Okay, if I did not spend 4.5 hours on this today, I would be suffering from great pain, the pain of stagnation, the pain that we're all trying to run from, which is, well, stillness, nothingness. I'd be overthinking, I would be uncomfortable, I would find something to complain about, you know? This would have happened if I didn't spend the time drawing. Was this 4 hours a waste? Absolutely not. We got something out of it. A finished artwork. I'm trying to do some weird glass thingy here. Got something out of it. I don't even want the stream to end, bro, because I'm afraid that if it ends, it's like, bro, it's only gonna take 20 minutes for you to start feeling the pain again. Yeah. Guys, it's rough. It's real rough. The pain of stagnation, it is rough, bro. And you could say, well, keep drawing then. I'm out of physical energy. Because that's another thing you need to always be mindful of. You need to assess how much physical energy you have left. You don't want to use up everything in your reserves, because then tomorrow comes, you don't have any energy at all for tomorrow because you burnt up your reserves. You don't want that to happen either. So it's just something to be mindful of. And so okay, well, I guess play a game. Nah, I'm just gonna put on an anime. In fact, I'm gonna put on the cartoon My Teen Life as a Robot Girl. Don't know if you guys remember that cartoon. It's got an amazing art style, very amazing. Okay. I wonder if I should add details to the eyes. Let me see. Which layer am I on? Do this. Okay, yeah, it makes a difference. Let's see, tomorrow is Tuesday. Uh, Maybe I can stream again, get Pierce on. It would have been so much cooler if a dude could have gotten easy super chats on this thing. But oh well. Those who want to super chat, you can just drop a dime in the PayPal link if you feel like it. At the end of the day, this is Coffee Comics, where we outwork all the hunchbacks and all the freaks of nature who claim to be something that they are not. This is what it looks like. And if anyone's gonna call you a loser for working hard on your stuff, yeah, they are totally baked in the head. Completely baked. You know. Oh, you have no life, bro. All you do is just work on your stuff. You wanna diss me for that? Like, what do you do all day? Smoke it? Stroke it? What do you do all day? At least I'll have something. Now, with this being complete, I can take this and go print it. You know, print it for myself. Put it on my wall type thing. Use it as a phone cover or something. What I'm actually waiting for, I need Young Wavy to give me the new logo for Bloody Hell, because he said he's gonna rework my logo. So it would be very cool to attach the new logo to this wallpaper. But I need him to hand it over when he can. It's already December and the omnibus is coming out. I don't know if it will be this month, probably at the end of this month. So, but I need that logo, because I think that new logo is just gonna look real premium with this cover. It's gonna look real premium. I used to hate not being properly complimented by freaks of nature around my environment for, being who I am. I thought being different, set apart, and being an individual with a straight back was a good thing, and they actually hate it. They hate that you're different. And then when they see that you don't spend your time at the liquor store, but you spend your time doing this, creating art, they hate you even more. And man, it just, if you don't know any better, it can make you not shy, but too much of an introvert, afraid somehow of other people. But now I'm like, you know what? I don't need an alcoholic's validation for my work or my choices in life. What the hell can an alcoholic, how can he help me? Like, no thanks, I'm good. I'll do hashtag even work on IG You don't know? Bro, you just gotta say hashtag manga or hashtag whatever you're posting. Hashtag it with, the topic. So, yeah. Black Swan, do 4 more hours, bruh. Bruh. That is next level. But you know what? Maybe that can be possible tomorrow. I have to consider my eyes too. That's bruh, it's so many considerations. But I think I've been balancing my eyes very well. So maybe tomorrow, an 8-hour stream. Let's see. We'll see. We'll see. Because tomorrow I would like to ink this. But I think I'm going to start with inking page 1 of chapter 27. And a few other pages that I would like to ink from this chapter, really. Ones that won't get me banned on YouTube. Maybe you guys can see these thumbnails and be like, wait, what is that I'm seeing over there? What? Yeah. Wait, didn't I fix this page before? Oh, okay, I kind of did. There's a lot of work to do, but it's not that much. This page here, this is what's her face? Ivory and Julian. I forgot to add Ivory's crown over here. Some crown thing. It starts there. There we go. Yeah, I actually drew and inked this page on paper. And it's like, wait, Coffee, what's happening in this page? Something don't look right. Yeah, it's not what you think, but it's close to what you think. Right? It's close to what you think. I really want to show this. The other page, the problem is, since it's a double spread, the other page has something that's just going to get me terminated, right? I just wanted to show Julian's expression. But anyway, this page is one of my favorite. I was asking myself, is this whole thing going to be black? Like, this area here, this is going to be black, right? This is going to be black. But I wondered if I should make the gutter space black too. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't. But this is definitely one that I actually like to ink digitally. Primarily because if I were to ink this traditionally, inking this monster thing, right, is, it's not gonna be as fun inking this thing traditionally. Mostly because of the teeth, right? I want to be able to get those fine lines, the digital ones, and adding in like these little wrinkle things here of this monster. So definitely the symbolism, not symbolism, but I'm glad I bought the volume 1 of Berserk. the deluxe edition, volume 1 to 3, because it gave me so many nice ideas. Like one idea that I was struggling with, of like, okay, Jacob needs to get up, because he just fought Dracula. I don't want him to like stay on the ground, but I needed him to be like doing something. And I got an idea from Berserker over there that, oh, okay, this is what he can do, and I suppose he has to use this move before what I initially wanted him, when I wanted him to actually use it. So this monster here, it's just Ivory imagination, but it's very important, you know, because here she's having a, an epiphany of like, oh snap, you know, I think maybe this and that. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. This is definitely one I gotta ink digitally. Yeah, that's mostly that. It's quite a few, because I know I don't want to ink the lost page digitally. I don't really want to. No, not this one. This page, I feel like I need to ink it digitally as well. But whatever, we'll see, guys. We'll see. The end of distractions for me has made me even more committed to the craft, more than ever. Because now it's like, sorry, man, you ain't got nothing else better to do. Nothing's gonna alleviate the pain better than this. So, yeah, Wavy, I'm gonna need that logo, bro. Like, I don't know what it's gonna look like, but I'm sure it's gonna be super cool. Just putting it right here at the bottom, maybe, you know, I'm sure it's gonna be super cool. So yeah, let me just have a look at it again without the color, just black and white. Yeah, black and white with the partial reds also looks all right. Also looks all right. Okay, guys, thanks for joining. 5 hours. Maybe we'll go longer tomorrow, because I'm running away from the pain. Whoever's gonna be rewatching this from scratch, well, this is Coffee Comics. You're gonna get a lot out of it, right? Don't forget to jump on Patreon if you haven't already. I was cutting to pieces that Hunchback Sinverse over there, dissecting why he's retarded, and so on. But yeah, it's now December. Hopefully you have a lot to show for yourself as the year comes to a close. Time is moving faster than ever. We're all going fast. You could say nowhere. We're going nowhere very fast. But for me, wherever we end up, wherever I end up, I want to have product in my hand, bro. I want to have my product in my hand. And I'm going to have it. I'm going to have it. And you should have a similar mindset. But again, if you feel like you can escape the dread without drawing, you're happy just consuming, drinking milkshake all day, then whatever, man. Do you. As long as you ain't out here dragging people down, then just do you. But for me, I can't have too many milkshakes, too many donuts, or else I'm in trouble. So, I gotta grind. That's it for now. Tune in hopefully tomorrow. But there's another. The weather app says there's going to be another lightning storm. We'll see. If there is one, there's nothing I can do, right? But we'll see, y'all.